Good evening. I'd like to call this regularly scheduled January 12, 2023 organizational meeting of the Bedford County School Board to order. Mrs. Johnson, would you please call the roll?
Daniels.
Here.
Mrs. Hairston.
Here.
Mr. Hill.
Here.
Mr. Holbrook.
Here.
Mrs. Kirby.
Here.
Dr. Mealy.
Here.
Mr. Nelms.
Here.
Mr. Superintendent, there is a quorum present.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Mrs. Kirby. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll now call for a vote on approval of the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved. First item of business, I would like to open the floor for nominations for Chair of the School Board. By way of reminder, nominations do not require a second. Do we have any nominations?
Dr. Bergen, I would like to nominate Susan Kirby as our chair.
Mr. Hill? Any other nominations? As there are no further nominations, I'll now close the floor and call for a vote. All those in favor of Mrs. Kirby to continue serving as chair, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Mrs. Kirby, on your re-election to chair of the school board.
Thank you.
I'm now going to turn this gavel over to you. Preside over the remainder of the meeting. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And now we'll call for nominations for the position of vice chair for 2023. Do I have any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Marcus Hill.
Okay, I have a nomination of Marcus Hill. Any others? There being none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Welcome back, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A18-1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees. 8, for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by the school board regarding a specific legal matter requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are now in closed session.
David, my screen is blank.
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
I heard Dr. Mealy, have a second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Johnson, will you certify the closed meeting, please?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, moving on to item 3.01, second quarter financial analysis. Mr. Hagler?
See a green. Come on. Okay. Good evening.
Evening.
In front of you tonight is second quarter as of December 31st, our projection for how we're comparing to budget for this year. And I'll go over the revenue expenditures and also the other fund balances other than the operating fund. First, we'll touch on the revenue. There we go. We're looking pretty good on the revenue side. I did, on the second quarter forecast, unlike the first quarter, anticipate some supplemental appropriations, which are later on in this meeting for information, that will build into the budget for this year. So this analysis is considering that those supplemental appropriations are approved and goes forward on that. So with a revised budget. On the revenue side, the supplemental appropriations, where we look like we're coming in a little bit heavier on the revenue side, and we'll build that into the budget, is really on state funds and also in sales tax. Sales tax is very strong. I actually did not propose all the money I think we're going to get in on sales tax, because I don't think we need it on the expenditure side, but $910,000 supplemental there. And also some on the federal revenue. So overall, on the revenue side, I'm projecting that we're going to come in $1.2 million over budget after the supplementals are completed and in the budget. So very strong on the revenue side. I'd say the majority of that is really on the state side, mainly on the sales tax, and we'll continue to monitor that. On the sales tax, probably coming in near 7% over projection from the state. We could end up close to $1.5 to $2 million more in sales tax than what was budgeted by the state. So very strong on that side. Any questions on the revenue from any members of the board?
So, Randy, so we don't have to count any of the COVID dollars as revenue?
Yes, we do. We actually, any of the expenditures from the federal side on COVID, except for timing delays at the end of the year, if we have any COVID-related expenditures, we ask for reimbursement, and we get that back in the following month.
Is that in these numbers?
I didn't have to make any adjustments. There was COVID dollars built into the budget originally, and I'm not making any adjustments to those dollars.
Right, so I guess I need to reword my question. So the dollars that we spent and we got reimbursed on, is that considered revenue from federal or state?
From federal.
Is that included on these numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My projection on the CARES COVID numbers, we're actually not going to spend as much on the ESSER 2 or ESSER 3 maybe than what we had budgeted for. We just didn't use as many positions, but I accounted for that in here. Really on the federal dollars, any federal grant, when I'm doing projections, whatever I'm projecting in revenue, I'm projecting in expenditures. It's really kind of, it nets out to zero, so it really doesn't kind of factor in to what I'm projecting for the year.
Okay, but just wanted to understand, so they're one-time dollars, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We are applying those COVID dollars for some learning loss. We did apply it to some positions this year for teaching positions, but those are not automatically rebuilt into the following year budget.
Okay.
Those are used, that money's going away. That is not a reoccurring long-term stream. We will have some more COVID dollars available for the operating fund in the '24 budget, but that has to be done by the end of '24, and then it's done.
Okay, thank
yes,
you.
sir. Any other questions on the revenue side?
So at the year 2024, that COVID money goes away completely, correct?
It's on a federal timeline, so I think it's September of '24, where
Okay.
you have to have it encumbered or spent, and then you have to get reimbursed on that. So really, by the end of the '24 year, we plan to have all those dollars done and spent. A lot of that is also in the maintenance project. We have ESSER 3 designated for TJ and for Goodview,
Okay.
as those projects are being done in this current summer. So we're spending all that down.
Sorry, I heard Goodview, what was the other one?
TJ,
Okay.
HVACs.
Okay, thank you.
Some of those dollars are on the maintenance side. So very strong on the revenue side. This is better than the opposite way, where we have a shortage of revenue and we're having to make cuts. So 1.2 million, current projection on that, and it looks pretty good. The only kind of uncertainty there is if the sales tax falls off dramatically in the second half of the year. We just don't know what's going to happen with that in the economy, but it looks pretty strong right now to come in ahead of schedule. Okay. Turn to the second page. And by the way, I didn't mention, we did meet as a finance committee yesterday, and Dr. Mealy and Mr. Nelms, and we went over all this in some more detail, some questions, but this is the high level. So the whole board knows that we look in very good shape financially for this year. On the expenditure side, after adjusting for supplemental appropriations and quite a few of the categories there, much more detail on the supplemental appropriations under the information part of the agenda, so I won't go into a lot of detail about every specific one, because I'll go over those in information that I'm bringing to the board, because you have to approve those. But after supplemental appropriations, projecting that we're going to come in $773,000 under budget on the expenditure side. So that leaves us a little cushion for unexpected things in any of those categories for the rest of the year, but we look very strong on the expenditure side. I think the question was asked yesterday, what if some things come in and you have to spend more than that 773? I'd have to come back to this board and do more supplemental appropriations to get money into the budget to do that. But we cannot go beyond what the budget or supplementals do at that point. You can look at each of the categories. Quite a bit of the maintenance and transportation was due to, the fuel prices that's going to go up here after our bid prices exhausted here February 13th, I believe. What's that? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mark. Is that the expenditure? Nope. There we go. I think somebody was helping me out there. On technology, some expenditures really there. We delayed our purchases of teacher computers so we could go after a grant. Not in the supplementals tonight, but we were awarded a grant for $120,000. Because we delayed on that, we're able to go after that money. So we need to build some more money in it because we delayed the purchases from last year to this year to go after the grant money. And then there were some other grants that we went after and were awarded, and I'll go over that in more detail in a little bit. But on the expenditure side, we're looking very, very good too to come in about $773,000 under budget. When you combine coming in over budget on the revenue and under budget on the expenditures, projected any bounce of about $2 million at the end of the year on the operating fund. And if that were to hold, or if we're close to that, that would come back to the board after the audit next year, and then we could reappropriate that money probably to the CIP fund for maintenance projects. So that would be in the future for one-time expenditures, anything that's left in the ending balance. So that kind of covers the operating fund on the expenditure and on the revenue side. Be happy to answer any questions you might have and how we're looking there.
Questions?
Go to the last, some more details on some of those other pages, but now we'll go to the separate funds other than the operating fund. Nutrition fund. Had some discussion in the committee about this too. Over the last few years, that balance has built up because of the federal programs during COVID that every kid was eating for free. The state does require our supervisor of nutrition to detail how we're going to spend that money down. They actually have to approve, and they want us to spend that money down. Their guidance is that we not carry more than about 3 months of a balance at any time. 3 months is about $1 million. So there's some money we have to spend down. Part of the way we're going to spend that down, and which was detailed yesterday, is we're replacing a lot of old equipment that's, that needs to be taken care of. Part of the raises from last year and this year in the 24 budget would go towards that. And some new software and replacing out that and some marketing efforts to try to increase sales. So all that's going to go to the state. They have to bless and approve anything that we're going to do and how we're going to spend that money down and get that balance a little bit lower. So more to
Randy,
come
where
on
did
that.
those recommendations come from?
Supervisor of nutrition, who reports to me, we go over and say, where are we going to do that? And then we have to submit that to the state and saying, how are we going to spend some of this fund balance down over the next year or two to get that down to a lower level. They do not want to see balances ballooning out there. It should be being spent on the kids and on equipment and maintaining the nutrition fund.
So that balance should be about $1 million?
I actually think it should be a little bit higher because I usually argue back to the state that we pay our employees over July and August. You have no revenues coming in. So probably where our balance should be is about 1.6 million. Because that would allow the run out of July and August for the previous year contract and leave a reserve of $1 million at any time.
So we got to spend like 1.3. We have to spend down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the things you just mentioned entail the 1.3 million that you're going to spend down?
Actually, from what they're saying, we need to spend down almost 2 million. Because the current balance is about 3.43 million.
Oh, so
And they want
it's
us to
not-
get down to 1 million, but we're going to argue back that it should be set a little bit higher. So probably, 1.5 million that we need to spend down.
Madam Chairman, I would just add that we talked extensively with the supervisor of nutrition, and a lot of our kitchens have very, very dated appliances in them, service lines that need to be replaced, right down to the cutlery and safety equipment that we need. So a lot of this money that she has to spend down is going directly into replacing the appliances, the service lines, the cutlery, the
Yes, ma'am.
safety, the emergency kits, things like that. We are going to take whatever appliances we can and put them on the Gov deal.
Called Gov Deals where we
So
sell
that we
those.
can hopefully recoup some money from that. Some are going to become scrap metal because they're just don't work anymore. But it really will, I think, revamp and refresh our kitchens, taking our students into a different type of cafeteria. She is planning on trying to brand our cafeterias, talking to students about what they'd like to see and how we can do that. So she's going to provide me with a specific list of what she's going to replace. She had it, but we were making changes, so she's going to provide me with one, and then I will get that out to you as soon as I get it from her.
Well, I want to make sure too that the facilities committee is taking a look at that based on future uses and what buildings we will or maybe will not have to make sure we're spending dollars wisely.
Well, I think at this point, it's going to be, I don't think you can leave inoperative equipment in a building, even if you plan at some time to not have that building anymore. The kids have to have, the staff has to have working.
Understand, but I want to make sure we're not spending dollars
That we don't need to.
that we don't need to.
Well, and I think then the facilities committee would have to make some decisions about recommendations they would like to make to the board and the public regarding
Yep.
what might not be a place to invest money.
And we have a culinary program at Susie G, so is any equipment Are we going to take a look at all that too? Is that
She has
included?
looked at everything,
Okay.
is what she has told us. She's been in every building, she's spoken to every cafeteria staff, she has physically gone in to inspect things herself. So she had quite an extensive list of what she was intended to do.
In regards to that, Mr. Daniels, we can look at that. I don't know if there was anything on that list, but I don't know if the state would approve that or not, but we can ask. Because that's not directly going back into nutrition to serve kids. It's a program. So they may or may not, I'm not saying not, but we'll take a look at that and make sure that we're addressing those issues too.
Right, and I want to just add one other thing. I also asked, could any of this money be moved someplace else for something? And the answer is no, that the state, this was for nutrition, and it has to be for the nutrition program. I specifically said, well, what happens if we say we're just not going to do that? They said they will not approve it.
And Randy, just to add to that, I would love to see her meet with the facilities committee to make sure that we're not missing anything as well.
Well, at the next facility committee,
Okay.
I'll bring her in and we can detail which buildings
Correct.
we're doing that on. Yep. I'm just making a note to make sure I add that onto the agenda for the next facility committee.
Thank you.
Anything else on nutrition? Okay.
Make the food any better.
I think she's
Please
going to
fund.
actually be working on that,
Yeah.
that whole rebranding of the food program.
Yeah,
So I was very
There's
impressed
changes
with
being
what she
made
had
and
said.
introducing new recipes and new ideas, so that's ongoing. So yes.
Number one request of students when we met with them with the IGA. That was the number one request was food.
Ate lunch with my children, it was last year, and it was the most awful hot dog bun I've ever had in my life. I mean, some of the food's good, no doubt, but the wheat hot dog bun, I mean, who eats that?
Me.
Well,
I will say,
It's required.
some of it's federal guidance,
Yep.
and I understand. So it's that fine line between meeting that guidance and what you have to nutritional value, and it's pretty complex as far as, documenting everything and
So who
making
eats a
sure those
wheat
be
bun?
done.
That would be our students.
I guess so.
Moving on to the textbook fund, some of those dollars were spent down. We still have dollars reserved for an adoption that the state has still not given guidance on. We're hoping for beginning of next year on that. So the current balance is there. That balance will continue to grow the rest of the year as more state money flows into the textbook fund and builds up for when we have another adoption. We do have a scheduled adoption of history for next year, and we should have money to go ahead and move forward with that one as we continue to build this balance up. So actually, with the '24 budget and budgets in the future, I'm looking 7 to 8 years out to make sure enough money's flowing into the textbook fund to make sure we can do the adoptions when they're slotted. Math, English, history, PE, and all of those. So we look in good shape that it'll be in good condition for next year to go ahead and do, I believe, a history adoption. Maintenance reserve fund. This is a very interesting one to track because there's COVID money and from 3 different grants under COVID flowing in. There's accounts receivable sitting out there. We're waiting for the money to flow through as the state reviews those. Those are somewhat delayed at this time. But current cash balance I see is about $4 million. Some of those, that money will be committed to projects that are already ongoing. As at the next facility committee meeting, I'll update that committee on what I think is available to move forward with other projects that are not committed. So some of that $4 million is already committed to ongoing projects, but it'll be my job to really kind of, how much further can we go? What else can we launch on and move forward on? So the maintenance reserve fund, looking in good shape. It'll actually continue to build up because the state revenue, if you look at that line item, it's at 1.1 million. By the end of the year, it'll be well over 3 million. That's how much the state gave one time in this year budget to flow into that fund. So at the end of the year, the state money would be like at 3 million, which would increase the balance at the end of the year. But other projects will be spending that down as we go along. So we're almost at the end of ESSER 2, just waiting to finalize that. ESSER 3 is just TJ and Goodview, and those should be completed after this summer. And then that should take care of most of the CARES Act money for projects. And then it's basically local money flowing in that will support what we've got. Any questions on the maintenance reserve fund? This is really a high level, to show you what the cash balance is. The facility committee really deals with the prioritization and launching on things that are in the plan. Okay. Self-insured health fund. As you all know, I think I briefed last year. Last year we got hit a little bit harder, and our bounce went down. Midway through the year, you can see our bounce has rebounded. Started the year at about $5.3 million, and now it's over $6 million. In the first half of the year, you would expect it to kind of go up as employees have not hit their deductibles yet. Later in the year, you expect it probably to go down as deductibles are met, and then, we're paying out of that 100%. So, but it's good to see it going in that direction, which will hopefully hold, and hopefully we can come out with, no increase on the premium next year. Our loss ratio is about 80% right now when I talked to our consultants last, which kind of proves that our balance is going up, more cash is in reserves. And so we're having a very good year so far. Few claims can change that, so cross your fingers, we're in good shape on our health fund at this point. We did go up 5% in the current year budget on premiums, so you see additional dollars flowing into there, so that was probably, that looks like a good move to build that reserve back up. Any questions on our health insurance fund? So overall, no big concerns bringing our budget in, I think, for this year. If I have any concerns, it's probably mainly in the maintenance department, maybe in transportation. We'll watch the fuel rates, and if those start to come down, we may go out for bid on those, but at this point, we're holding, and we'll just buy off the state contract rack price. And if we see prices come down quite a bit, we'll probably come forward to the board to kind of go out for bid and lock in prices in the future. But that's a variable. I can plan for what I see right now, but that might change. If that happens, I might have to build in another supplemental appropriation to those two funds to get us through the year. I hope I don't have to, but that might be in the future when I do the third quarter forecast. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hagler? Okay, moving on to item 3.02, state budget update. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to transition now, board members, from the current year budget and expenditures and start to have a first conversation as a board about what we might anticipate our revenue will be for the upcoming budget. I just want to caution everybody, this is the first conversation. We're very early in this, and we'll continue to look at this together with the Budget and Finance Committee and the board over the next several months, and I'll bring you a superintendent's estimate of needs in March. So over the holidays, we did get the delivery of the governor's proposed budget. Of course, the legislature is now in session. The House will take this up, the Senate will take this up, and we'll come up with 3 different budgets. And throughout, between now and into February, there'll be lots of discussion in Richmond. We're hopeful that by mid-February, third week in February, we'll have a clearer picture of what the allocation is going to be. And so we've already scheduled a Budget and Finance Committee meeting around that date so that we can keep the Budget and Finance Committee updated and then come back to the board. Yes, Dr. Mealy?
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. I just wanted to say to the board, I did receive all of your requests, and I did pass that on. What Dr. Bergen is going to talk about are things that were common. We all didn't get everything we wanted, but I would say that based on what I received, you probably got 3 of the things that you wanted. So as we look at this, just know we couldn't do everything, but there was a lot of commonality in what we wanted, and we couldn't do everything, but we did take at least 2 or 3 from each person.
Yeah, Dr. Mealy and I talked right after the holidays in prep for that Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Of course, Mr. Hagler and I talked extensively in the last weeks. So as he and I were thinking about incoming projected revenue, and we wanted the feedback from the board about what direction you'd like to point us to. So I think you're going to be very pleased with this discussion tonight. The first handout is listed first for a reason. The LCI handout is what I want to start with. That's because the last time we were together with the Board of Supervisors, I heard very clearly I think you heard very clearly, we're in this together with the Board of Supervisors and making sure that when that we have a reversion fund that is going to carry us over the next 5 budget cycles so that we'll be in safe waters. We'll have a soft landing when we get to the very bottom of the sheet, the 27-28 school year. For the public who are viewing who may not have a clear understanding of what this reversion fund is, I want to spend just a couple of minutes. Board members, I think you're fairly familiar with this, but it's important, you be able to answer questions of constituents. What does this mean? So on this first handout, when the governor proposes an allocation for us, that's based upon our LCI, our local composite index, which is a mathematical calculation that every school division, every county has, that is our ability to raise our own funds to pay our own bills. In Bedford County, the actual LCI is 0.4427 when it was last calculated. However, because there was an agreement struck when the city of Bedford reverted to town of Bedford, our LCI, our level of funding from the state, is not based on a 0.4427. It is artificially set at 0.31. That's to our benefit. What that means is, as far as Richmond's concerned, we can raise 31 cents on the dollar and they need to kick in 69 cents on the dollar. And it's been that way for a number of years now, and it will continue to be that way all the way through to 27-28. If they were to fund us on our actual LCI, to calculate that, you just take 0.44 minus 0.31 is 13 percentage points. Each of those percentage points equates to roughly $600,000. So this year, if we were funded on our actual LCI, it would be almost $8 million less in our allocation from Richmond than what we are going to be receiving through the Board of Supervisors. So you'll recall when we were with the Board of Supervisors, they are, if you look down this county amount down here, the Board of Supervisors have been allocating $500,000, $500,000 each year towards the reversion fund. It's cumulative. So as we go into the next budget season, the 23-24, that allocation from the Board of Supervisors is $2.5 million. And we'll spend that on capital needs. And it will continue to build until it builds up to $4.5 million by 27-28. What we started last year as a school board is we also then started to contribute towards the reversion fund. Last year we contributed off the top from new revenue $200,000. I'm proposing, and I think the board would agree with this, that we do better than that. So if you now flip the page, you'll see what I am early thinking is that we would add an additional $600,000 to the $200,000 that we were already committed to, which would take our contribution towards the reversion fund to $800,000. I'm sorry, I said flip the page, but if you follow that line of logic down through the first handout, we go from $200,000 in this budget to $800,000 next year. We keep adding $800,000. So off the top, any new revenue, but if we don't have new revenue, we find cuts until we have $800,000 set aside, so that by the time we get to 27-28, we'll have put aside $3.2 million. With the Board of Supervisors $4.5 million, that will bring us to the soft landing. So when we're developing that next budget, what will happen is all that money that we've been putting into the maintenance reserve fund in the 28-29 school year will flip over to the operating budget to make up for the loss in funding when Richmond starts to fund us at our actual LCI. That's a mouthful. So, I mean, before I move on, is there any questions about that, or have you heard any questions from community members that I can address for you?
I'm assuming you meant 600,000 every year, not 8.
Yes,
Right,
it's
okay.
Yeah,
we're going up 600. It just shows 800 this year because we started with 200 last year. Yes, sir.
Early thing is we'll put in $800,000. The county will continue to put in $500,000, $1.3 million every year until we build up to the $8 million loss in funding that we'll realize in that as we're planning the 28-29 year. All right, so
May I ask a question?
yes, ma'am.
real quick,
Sure, of
please?
course.
Did I hear correctly that you said that we would increase that amount by $800,000?
So
A
in this
year?
year's budget, we put
600,
200,000
okay,
aside.
okay.
We're going to add 6 to make it 8.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That's what, again, early thinking, this is based on, we don't have a finalized budget from the state. I mean, it's just, we're in the middle of January, we have a governor's proposed budget, we don't have a House or Senate budget, but if things hold to the governor's budget, this is, on this next page is what we might anticipate. So, state revenue would be 5.6 million more in addition to what our current funding is from the state. I'm just going to go down through then what we might project as some expenditures that would be changes in next year's budget in comparison to this year's budget. So first of all, that transfer to the maintenance fund, an additional 6 to the current 2 would be $800,000. The next 4 lines, I'm really, really pleased. I'm sure our employees who are listening are going to be very pleased. And I know that, Board, this was a high priority for you as well. We compensate our employees. So in this level of funding, we would be able to stick with our step increase for all employees. So everybody, wherever they are on their pay scale, they would see 1 more year of experience. They would see a step, 1.35, and a cost of living adjustment of 3.65. And in the governor's budget, he's proposed an additional 1% increase in salary for all contracted positions, or is it SOQ positions? Right?
It's not an increase in salary, it's a 1% bonus.
I'm sorry, 1%
Yes.
bonus of whatever they're, based on their salary?
Yes, for SOQ level, for SOQ positions.
Yes, for SOQ positions, but we'll use additional funding to make sure that all employees have that 1% bonus.
All right, so, hold on.
Yeah,
So if they're telling us we have to do 1%, are they only funding 0.5?
They're funding only the SOQ positions at the LCI rate. So if you take all of our employees that are included in SOQ, we have more employees than what the standards of quality are. So anybody above that, we pay 100%. For the employees that are SOQ, we're paying 31 cents on that. They're paying the 69. It's a split.
So they're not funding the full 1%? That was my
No, sir.
question. So we're having
so-
to fund that.
So just rough numbers, it's in the, it's hard to see in there because, Dr. Berger, I'm sorry I'm jumping into this. You see
No,
it
go
as a
ahead.
negative there, which kind of seems weird, but there was a bonus in the 23 year from the state that all employees received a $1,000 bonus. The 1% is cheaper than the $1,000, so we're showing a reduction to the overall budget because that'll come in a little bit cheaper. So the overall cost of a 1% is about $750,000. The state will fund, I think, $324,000 of that.
so to our employees, should this, make it through in the next several months into our adopted budget and then our approved budget, for our employees, they're going to see a 1.35 step, a 3.65 COLA, an additional 1% bonus. And, we did a compensation study, and last year we were able to accomplish a great deal of that compensation study, but there's enough funding here we could finish the compensation study. So last year we prioritized our teachers, again, for the public who may not be aware, we have a lot of employees who've worked for us for a long time. And in the years of the recession and the years that followed, they didn't see steps and COLAs. And then we hired new employees at competitive salaries, and it created compression. So some of our most veteran people in all positions weren't making enough more than new people. It created compression in our salary scales. So it also doesn't make us competitive. So we righted that ship last year for our most veteran teachers, for our custodians, our bus drivers, our nutrition workers, and our paraprofessionals. We can finish out all the rest of the employees and make sure that those longest-serving employees who are due for restoration pay would receive it. So that's a significant part of the new state funding would go towards compensation for our employees in addition to taking the $800,000 off the top. All right, then the next 3 sections, again, any questions at this point? Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to make sure the board knows that that would be clerical, maintenance, garage, technology, support staff, so that'd be OT, PT, psychs, nurses, and administrators.
Yeah,
And administrators?
yes. All right, so then the next 3 items, which, Chris, do you have a question? Yeah.
So it says on the sheet that we have, the 5% compensation increase, that is the combination of the salary step and the COLA?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And if I could add that, in the state budget, we have to certify that we gave on average 5%, or you have to turn money, we'll turn money back into the state, we will not receive it. So if we don't give 5%, I'd have to read the details. If you gave less, we probably wouldn't get as much, but we could leave state money on the table if you don't do the 5%, as it stands in the governor's budget now.
So of that 5%, they're contributing half? What
I think it's
percentage of the
around,
5% are they
real quick,
contributing?
For
Sorry, what was the
compensation
question?
next year,
I'm sorry, what was your
They're-
question?
The state is contributing to that, right?
There's a local match required for,
Yeah.
yeah, the state's, well, Randy can give you the figure.
yeah, they're increasing our budget for next year by 2.5 million to help us out with that 5%.
Okay.
All right, these next three items, we've had a lot of conversation over the course of this past school year, and I'll just take them in the order they're listed. So for dual enrollment, there's also a lot of conversation happening right now in the legislature. The governor's taken a hard stance, and I think he has the support in the legislature, that students who are taking a dual enrollment class within a public school building should not be charged a tuition for taking that class. We have lots of students who take dual enrollment classes inside of our buildings. We have been collecting from those families 25 cents on the dollar, which we don't keep. We then give over to CVCC because they've been signing off on the dual enrollment credit. The governor's made an argument that the community colleges also receive state funding, and that we shouldn't be collecting money from families to give to the community colleges for them to certify those courses that are in our schools, because those are our teachers, they're already paid with tax dollars, and those children are receiving their education in our building. But it's very important that we understand it's different when they leave our building. So when they go outside of the public schools and they go onto a campus that is controlled by the community college, the tuition those families are paying, we're the fiscal agent. Are we even the fiscal agent, or does the family pay directly to CVCC for like early college?
Paid directly to CVCC.
Yes.
Yeah,
Believe me.
just like you were enrolled in the community college. So this is different, right? So I'm on this line item of dual enrollment of 120,000 of a reduction in revenue. It's because we're anticipating, based upon how much revenue we collected this year from families that we gave over to CVCC, that we would not be collecting that $120,000 this year. So our overall revenue would be decreasing by that $120,000 because we wouldn't be taking it from families.
So and I believe, Mr. Nelms, you can help me with this too, we would pay the dual enrollment fee, and any AP testing was also supposed to be included in this.
Yeah, this is a high priority for the administration and for the board. Related but separate topic is, in addition to dual enrollment, we have a fair number of kids who take AP courses. You don't have to take the test. I don't know why you wouldn't. You do all that work. You take the test and you get a 3 or 4, then you've got portable college credit you can take when you enroll in college. If you don't take the test, you don't get the credit. But the cost of the test doesn't come to us. It goes to the College Board. So when you go to sit for that AP test, there's a fee for that. So through the Budget and Finance Committee, through the administration, we want to look to see if we can fund for students who are taking an AP class in our buildings. We'd like them to take the AP test, and can we afford to pay for their test so the family is not paying for the AP
That's not
test?
included on this, correct?
No, we're still in a fluid conversation about how we would incorporate what that amount of money would be and how we could put that into the budget.
But that was a point of our conversation. And I
Absolutely.
think Mr. Nelms and I made it clear that we wanted AP tests to be included with the dual enrollment.
Yep.
Okay, just so we're clear.
Make sure there's conversation around making sure we have options for CVCC as well.
Absolutely.
Early college. Because kids are paying for that currently. And again, going with our topic of offering options and making sure our students have options, that it isn't removed from them because they can't afford to pay. So I want to make sure we're still discussing that from a budgetary standpoint, that, we can give our kids options, not just within our school walls, but also at CVCC Early College?
Well, I think one of the issues that we talked about with that, that's certainly something I would like to do, but I think the concern is if you start offering paid tuition at CVCC, that has the potential to really explode. So we would have to be talking about cutting other things, and if you're looking at this budget, maybe you're, these considerations, you might be talking about sports or changes in the staffing standards or something, but there's a real concern about the explosion of the amount of students that would all of a sudden say, I can do it. And before you
I think we need to weigh the benefits of that exploding for our students
I agree, you didn't let me finish.
versus,
I would say we just have to find the funding there.
I
That-
hear
that
both
would
of
be
you,
our
and so I would
issue.
use an example we heard from a constituent who spoke to the board, and I followed up with Campbell County about that. CVCC also offers dual enrollment for CTE. It's really convenient for the Campbell kids because it's on a campus that's in their backyard. It's a hike for our kids. But we had a parent come and speak to us and said, Campbell's paying for it and Bedford's not. Well, that's true, but they cap it, Mr. Hill. So, I mean, there's a limit to the number of, it's a budgetary item. They have a certain number of slots that they agree to fund, and then it can become competitive. Or, to your point, Mr. Hill, it could be based on need, so.
and I'm not here to debate it, but I would also say that Campbell County doesn't have the offering of CTE that we currently provide.
Correct. We have a tremendous number of, as we've shared with the board, we're the leader in the region for
Okay.
career
I
development.
just wanted on the record that I do want to take a look at providing options to our students for early college.
Yes, sir.
I think it's great that we're going to look at providing for the testing
AP
at
testing.
the AP level. That's great. I think students should have that option, but it shouldn't be limited to just AP classes.
I hear you.
I'll just add to that one line item. We're in control whether we charge students or not, so we can build this in regardless of the legislation that makes it through. But the final legislation that may make it through to the General Assembly, we're just hearing about it, but we'll have to read we might not have to pay CVCC this 25% fee. So there might be expenditure savings on the back end, but I can't control them. I can't tell them I'm not going to. We'll see what comes on the back end, but we can control to say we're not going to charge kids, and that's what we've kind of shown here. So there could be potential savings
I hear
later
you.
on in the budget.
But as a taxpayer, I would certainly not be in support of the state funding my kid to go to early college, and then also the state funding my kid as a number in the public school system. I mean, that's called double dipping, and I wouldn't support that. So I guess we'll have to wait on what the state supports
Yeah.
and provides, but, that, to me, that doesn't make sense that we would be spending double the dollars on a student to go to community college, so.
Mr. Holbrook?
Yeah, all I was gonna say was, if I'm not mistaken, you were saying that, since the community college receives state funds as well,
Yes.
I guess that's what the point you were just making, that we may not even have to worry about that. That may be handled on the college's side.
It could be, and again, this governor has been very aggressive, I mean that in a positive way. He's, wanting, more, like this board, more opportunities for students. I'm capturing all of your thoughts, and we'll continue to work through the whole board and through the Budget and Finance Committee to fund as much as we can towards all of these things. Not just college preparation, but workforce development as well, to make sure that we're offering, a lot of these dual enrollment courses are in workforce development. A lot of students on the Gibson campus are taking dual enrollment courses that lead to certifications that they can graduate 18 and make a lot of money going right into the workforce because of the,
So is that not included in your 120K here?
if it's on our campus, we've been collecting, so
We've already accounted for that.
we'd like to expand on it. And there, at CVCC, CTE Technical Center, there are some things they offer that we don't. So we're looking to see how we can complement each other and not compete, so that we have, more options for all of our students in college and career readiness. Now, this next item I know is going to delight the board. So we've talked about, lots of conversation about wanting to expand on middle school sports. My concern has always been, can we do it safely? We only have one athletic trainer currently covering all of the fields at any one time. So in order to expand, we would need to have more safety personnel. So this $300,000 figure is mainly in 3 more athletic trainers. So we'd have a total of 2 serving each of the feeder patterns. So there'd be 2 at the JF campus and 2 at the Stanton River and 2 at Liberty. So that we could then consider expanding, as we've been asked to consider, middle school competition cheer, cross country, and track. And there's some upfront cost to starting a new program with equipment and uniforms, and then ongoing recurring costs with coach stipends and tournament fees and replacement of equipment. But in this, again, very early look, it would be an additional $300,000 on top of everything else we spend on our athletic program, which I believe is in excess of $1 million already. Yeah, I think you and I looked at that one day. But at any rate, high priority for the board and the administration. Of course, we've had a lot of conversation about the expansion of school resource officers. This is a shared expense between the state, the Board of Supervisors, and us. So in this upcoming budget, we're guessing at this point because it's dependent on how many resource officers are on the payroll. The sheriff pays them and then will invoice us, and then we'll have to reimburse the sheriff for our share of it, which is 25%. 25% next year?
25% next year.
Yeah,
for
whatever
the next 4
whatever
years.
the bill is. So we're at this point budgeting $200,000 towards that.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How is the sheriff's office doing as far as filling all the positions to where we do qualify for the grant? Has that been fulfilled, or are there still some left open?
Plenty to fill and challenging for every sheriff because we're really pleased to have received that grant. Our sheriff was proactive, so were 100 other sheriffs. So a lot of new law enforcement across the state. So in my individual conversations with our delegates and Senator Newman, and when I go to Richmond to advocate again, one of my talking points is asking for the money that was already allocated this year to pay for that first year salary of a school resource officer. If we weren't able to find them this year, allow those funds to carry over so that the state is paying for that first year whenever that first year is. So that the state made an obligation that they pay for the first year, and then it's handed off to the locality. But Mrs. Kirby, yeah, the sheriff is hiring. You're looking to be a school resource officer or school safety officer, which is also high level, would be someone retired law enforcement who wants to continue to draw their pension, but go back and work as a school safety officer, school security officer, SSO. Either of them are applicable to this grant. Absolutely. All right, then the next set of items on this handout, beginning with central office changes, you see a decrease in our overall expense of $250,000. That's in a couple of positions that are vacant that it's my intent not to fill. I gave a reorganizational plan to the board recently, and that's reflected here in a reduction in our overall budget line item for administration. Position changes due to staffing standards is going to be, again, an evolving conversation between the administration and the board. We had a lot of conversation, and we will continue to. How big is too big on a Singleton elementary classroom? So, the feedback I've received months ago from this board, and again through the Budget and Finance Committee in our meeting yesterday, is that that's a high priority for the board, that we determine what is too many, and we assign an additional instructional assistant to work with that teacher. So I don't know what the number would be that we would have to budget, but we'll look at where we are today, where we were last year, where we were 3 years ago, and we'll come up with what would be our best educated guess how many of those positions we would need. In addition, in our staffing standards, again, we're going to do this in a separate work session with all of you, our staffing standards. We do not have full-time support staff in our smallest elementary schools, in our standards, but we have been making them whole this year because we knew we had COVID funds that we could use if we needed to. Turns out, because you just heard in the last presentation, our revenues and our expenses are to the good. We've been able to use operating funds without having to use COVID funds to make some of those positions whole, but I'm just not sure it's sustainable over the next 5 years. So we'll need to talk about where are our staffing standards on those support positions in small elementary schools, and in combination with teacher assistants in those singleton classes that are just too many kids. So that's a decrease in the budget that we might not show. We might actually, if we have the funds in as we get a better handle on our revenue, go ahead and fund those positions.
Dr. Bergen, if I
Yes,
may
ma'am.
interject, please.
Sure.
Can we go ahead, given the hour, go ahead and take a break for dinner and then pick up with the transfer to textbook funds?
Of course we can.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and break for dinner, so we will reconvene at 7 o'clock.
I'm off and running. The 9 o'clock show is completely different.
Stop while you're ahead. He said it was muted, so stop while you're ahead.
Right? Stop while you're behind.
Are we muted? We're live.
I'm
Okay.
gonna have to roll. Good evening again. I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting for the Bedford County School Board for January the 12th, 2023. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Edwards, I think we have some recognitions tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Bergen, would you please come forward? To become Teacher of the Year for Bedford County Public Schools is no small accomplishment. Each one of our 20 schools holds their own competition, and eventually a Teacher of the Year is chosen at each of those 20 schools. And those 20 winners are then tasked with undergoing a lengthy and cumbersome process in which they create a portfolio about themselves and their career that models the submission process at the state level. A panel of judges then takes all 20 portfolios and over the course of weeks attempts to grade each remarkable teacher until they find whom they feel would be best represented by Bedford County at the state level. Those judges then meet in person to deliberate over their choices until they can come to agreement on 3 finalists for the overall award. Finalists are notified, and a very short time later, all judges show up to one of their classes to observe the teacher in action before gathering once again to deliberate on a winner. After visiting classrooms, the judges sit down one last time to determine a winner. Each judge is given a piece of paper and a pencil and is asked to write their top choice, then fold the paper and slide it to the middle of the table. We had 3 amazing finalists this year, but when those pieces of paper were opened, every single one of them had the same person's name on them, making it a unanimous decision on who will represent us at the region level. That person's name, it's Thomas, but thousands of his students over the years have known him as T. Bedford County Public Schools Teacher of the Year, Jefferson Forest High School's T. Fox. The RISE Award was created by the United States Congress in 2019 to honor classified school employees who normally don't receive the recognition that others do in public education. And what makes this award truly remarkable is that only 2 individuals in each state may be nominated, making it just as an exclusive club as being a senator in Washington. Only these individuals work much harder and get paid much less. If you speak to a staff member at Big Island Elementary, the majority of them, or all, will tell you there's one person at that school that it could not operate without. One person who has their vital hands in so many areas on any given day that the school desperately depends on that person in various different ways throughout any given day. Recently, Big Island Elementary was given a huge honor in the country, being designated a National ESEA Distinguished School for positive educational advances and the outstanding academic achievements of their students. With his nomination essay for this person, school principal Andy Bliss stated, quote, "Realizing that many students live in homes where they may go hungry, this person worked closely with the United Way and our corporate partners at Georgia Pacific to build a backpack program for students and families that sends each home one full backpack of food each week." This person's work building connections between the Big Island staff, families, and community partners was key in our designation as a National ESEA Distinguished School. The person we're speaking of, 2023 National Rise Award recipient for the state of Virginia, School Secretary Mrs. Melissa Overstreet.
Congratulations, everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and thank you, Mr. Fox. Thank you, Ms. Overstreet, for all you do. We sure do appreciate you. Okay, moving on to item 6.03, public comment. And I haven't pulled out my list, so bear with me just a second. The public portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during their comments or at any time while attending this meeting. We also ask that speakers keep their remarks objective and about school and nature. Please keep all comments limited to matters related to the public schools, and any comments that are harassing or amount to personal attack against identifiable individual, whether board member or staff or student, or having the potential to cause unnecessary delay or disruption to this meeting are prohibited. This is a public meeting for public matters. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining. A second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as the timekeeper for a cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Please do not adjust the microphone at the podium as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker tonight, Dave Dietrich.
Good evening. I'm Dave Dietrich of the 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, During previous school board meetings, we addressed disparate philosophies of education in Bedford County. Whoops, I got the wrong one. Let me start over. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to address the overall state of education in Bedford County, Virginia. Foremost, we have school board members, parents, other concerned citizens, teachers, administrators, and students dedicated to improving education. Thank you for all you do. Going forward in 2023, perhaps it is prudent to begin with revisiting the purpose of a school board. The education of students for the benefit of individual and community is the foremost responsibility of a school board. School boards are also accountable to the public. They are not accountable to educational bureaucracies or special interest groups, including groups that may push trendy group grievances and/or socio-political theories. School boards also help ensure that public tax dollars are used wisely, of course in concert with overall student enlightenment. At times, the Bedford County School Board has seemed divided on matters related to proper administration of education. That division seems to have focused primarily on the philosophy of administration, whether the parents and community should lead in school board matters or should professional administrators, both active and retired, lead the way. Both approaches appear to have advantages and disadvantages, yet an argument could be made that the professional administrator approach presents a far greater risk. Why? I submit there are several reasons. Widespread professional acceptance of trendy curricula and pedagogy might influence decision-making. Here we speak largely of critical theory and culturally responsive teaching, both ideas originating within higher academia and administration. Peer group pressures might prove too difficult to circumvent. Professional hubris might prove irresistible and an irresistible influence, perhaps fostering a view that only professional educational administrators can solve complex educational problems. So might interest in defending professional administrative interests, possibly even at the expense of students and community, prove too difficult to resist. Administrators might vote as a block. In fact, we seem to have witnessed that phenomenon in Bedford County already. Administrators may diminish the voice of parents and other concerned citizens, and hence diminish accountability to the public. Why risk the future of our children on such a risky venture? There is yet another factor to consider. Recently, Hillsdale College President Dr. Larry P. Arnn pointed out that the growth in population in American public schools from 2000 to 2019 showed a modest increase in students and teachers, 7.6% and 8.7% respectively. Yet the increase in administrators was a whopping 87.6%. Although these numbers may not apply to Bedford County, absolutely, the general trend seems to be very relevant. In closing, this opinion is not an intended critique of honorable individuals on either side of the argument who may disagree. Rather, it is about educational philosophy and what is best for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. David Beauregard.
David Beauregard, District 7. I'd be speaking as a minister toward education.
Excuse me just one second, Mr. Beauregard.
Pardon
Is
me?
there any way we could get that even closer than what you just did? We can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
School board members, tonight I just want to bring to you a reminder, and that is to contend, earnestly contend for the faith. Those of you who name the name. That is the standard above all other policies, state, teaching associations, if you name that name. Jude instructs us thus, "Beloved, while I was making every effort to write to you about our common salvation, I felt the necessity to write to you, appealing that you contend earnestly for the faith which was once for all handed down to the saints." So as he did then, I feel a necessity to remind us all and the board of that. Why? Because of the days we live in. Because evil education of the masses is paramount in order to bring change, conformity, and control. And it has been written that these dark days of those who oppose the living God would come, and so they are here. Because these are perilous days and they are being propagated by world leaders, media, etc., and governments as enlightenment for the betterment of mankind, and the church is swallowing it hook, line, and sinker. The things that happened, the new 10 Commandments and the Ecological Bible, which was brought forth in the Sinai Peninsula in December, mass immigration, climate change fiasco, confiscation of guns, drugs, passports, RFID chips, pandemics, intentional supply chain shortages, but primarily education through all of these things. In the realm of faith, the rates of anti-Semitism and anti-Christianism is higher than it's ever been since the first few centuries after Messiah. So I ask you, I ask us, where is our faith? Can we see it? Can others? Are we different? Remember this, the eyes of the Lord move to and fro throughout the earth that he may strongly support those whose heart is completely his. We are not called to be people pleasers. Disciples of Messiah understand that the world rejects Yeshua and hates him, and if it hates him, they hate us too. This should be no surprise to us and should not daunt us. These are just a few of the major reasons we must contend, that is, remain in the constant struggle for the holy and sacred treasure that has been given to us. We are called to please one person, that is the Lord Jesus Christ, Yeshua Messiah, King of kings and Lord of lords, the creator of all that is, and to love the Lord and others as ourselves. And remember these words of Yeshua. Therefore, everyone who confesses me before men, I will also confess before my Father who is in heaven. But whoever denies me before men, I also will deny him before my Father who is in heaven. It's our actions that speak, not the words we preach so much. So I encourage you to hold fast and be unmovable and unshakable. And for the blessing, Lord, how blessed are those whose way is blameless. And I speak this to all of us here, especially to those who name the name, who walk in the law of the Lord. How blessed are those who observe his testimonies, who seek him with all their heart. They also do no unrighteousness, they walk in his ways. You have ordained your precepts that we should keep them diligently. Oh, that our ways may be established to keep your statutes, that we shall not be ashamed when we look upon all your commandments. We shall give thanks to you with uprightness of heart when we learn your righteous judgments, and we shall keep your statutes. Do not utterly forsake us, Lord. Yavarecha Adonai ve'yishmerecha, Ya'er Adonai panav elecha ve'kuneka, Yisa Adonai panav elecha ve'yasim lecha shalom. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Shalom.
Thank you, Mr. Beauregard. Teresa Pregnell.
Teresa Pregnall, 5th District. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you so much for your service to Bedford County. I, for one, appreciate what you do, and we pray for you often. So thank you for serving well. So my purpose for speaking tonight is to bring awareness to a civic engagement event that is taking place in Richmond, our state capital, on Wednesday, February the 1st, 2023. As per guidelines established by the Department of Education, and 22.1-254 of the Code of Virginia, which was amended during the 2021 special session, public school students in middle school and high school are permitted to take one school day of excused absence to engage in a civic or political event. I would like to encourage you, Superintendent Bergen, along with each school board member, to promote the 2023 Virginia Pro-Life Day among teachers in Bedford County. I would also encourage parents to participate with their children in this important event. This event is scheduled for Wednesday, February the 1st, 2023. It is an all-day event. The Virginia Pro-Life Day provides a rich day full of civic engagement opportunities. The day begins at the Greater Richmond Convention Center for preparation to meet with legislators and continues at the Virginia State Capitol for advocacy and the March for Life. The day wraps up at 3 p.m. with an hour of prayer and praise. In one day, middle schoolers and high schoolers, not sitting in the classroom taking in book knowledge, but they have an opportunity to meet with their state senators, their delegates. They have an opportunity to lobby in Richmond as a student. They can attend a rally, join a peaceful protest gathering. Lots of opportunities. Imagine the benefit of spending one day of excused absence in Richmond, learning skills, understanding and experiencing the proper way to appeal to an elected official. Not to mention the joy of coming together with like-minded citizens to affect public policy for good. Now, I have emailed you all 2 copies or 2 different flyers, and also the website if you'd like to get some more information. So please contact me if you have any more information. But thank you, and thank you for promoting the Virginia Pro-Life Day.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have no other speakers on listed to speak tonight, so I'm going to open up the floor right now if anyone would like to address the board. Okay, given no one stepping forward, I'm going to close the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second by, which one wants to take it? I saw both of you at the same time. Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. We're going to pick up now back with the staff reports that were uncompleted. So we were on the transfer to textbook fund on the operating fund considerations. Back to you, Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am. For those that are just coming in the middle of this presentation, we are looking at a very first early look on projected potential revenue from the governor's proposed budget and a very early first look at potential projected expenditures based upon feedback from the school board and from many constituents who the administration has consulted as we prepare our budget priorities for next year. So the governor's proposed budget is an excellent budget for public education. We might anticipate an increase in revenue from our state budget of upwards of $5.6 million, and we were just going through some of the projected potential expenditures of how we might spend new funding. So we were down to transfer to textbook fund earlier this evening, board, in the quarterly analysis that Mr. Hagler was sharing with you. We do have a textbook fund. We contribute from the operating budget each year towards that textbook fund, so we're building up towards large adoptions, and it has an appropriate balance at this time to help with the next adoption down the line. So we traditionally have been putting about $100,000 towards that textbook fund. That's what you'll see at that revenue of a decrease of $100,000 would be a transfer to the textbook fund. The next item, Mr. Hagler also mentioned in the quarterly analysis, fuel is up. Anyone that's been to the gas station knows that fuel costs more. We have been fortunate. We've been under a contract for the better part of the last year. The contract came to an end, and at this point, we're paying we're joining on the state contract and paying a rack price. So we're paying a lot more in fuel now than we had been when we were under contract. Looking ahead into the next year, we at this point are thinking we're going to need upwards of, $720,000 in addition to what we're already spending to run our buses, heat our buildings. Our fuel prices are going to be up quite a bit. The next line item you'll see is a cancellation out of revenue in and revenue out on a DEQ electric bus. Mr. Hagler could address further questions about that for any board members that have a specific question about that. We have some technical adjustments Mr. Hagler will complete each year as we close out one budget year and go into the next and true up salaries and look at what we budgeted and what our actual expenses were as we're looking forward. Those are showing a $286,000 expense as we prepare into the next budget cycle. We don't yet know on health insurance premiums, but again, he shared in the last report, we're healthy at this point. But we'll see the health claims are always harder, or not harder, but they're higher towards the end of the budget cycle as people have paid through their deductible. But right now, we're not sure that we're going to have to increase health premiums on employees, and it's certainly our intent not to. So that that step increase, that COLA, and that bonus that all of our employees will realize will go into their checkbook, and there will not be an increase in, for those that participate in the health insurance program, about the cost to them for doing so. And then lastly, we're not yet have an estimate available on bus lease. So that is, again, I'm just going to caution a first look. We don't know what the House or the Senate version of the proposed budget will be, but we'll certainly bring more information to the board as we receive it, first to the Budget and Finance Committee, and then in board meetings over the coming months. We have a schedule for doing so over the next 3 to 4 months. That will conclude this report. If there are any other additional questions from the board members for either myself or Mr. Hagler.
Any questions for Dr. Bergen? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Bergen. We appreciate that. Moving on to item 4.01, supplemental appropriations and reappropriation. Mr. Hagler?
Yes, from the forecast, I'd placed some supplemental or recommended supplemental appropriations where we would budget more revenue and expenditures. This is for information tonight, come back for action at the next board meeting, and then it goes over to the Board of Supervisors for their approval. There are supplemental appropriations and there's one reappropriation. So I'll walk through each one of those very quickly here so you know what the grants or what we're doing on these. The first one, $175,000 state security grant was awarded to us. There's matching funds required with that. And so those dollars are really for badge access, for some camera hardware, and some radio communications at several schools. So we're moving forward with that. The state will be sending us money through a reimbursement process, so we need to budget that revenue in so we can move forward with that. So that's the first one on the supplemental. Any questions on that one?
Yes, sir, Mr. Hagler.
Yep.
When you said it's several schools, which schools will be included?
Badge
in that?
access is Stanton River High School, Liberty High School. The cameras are at 5 elementaries. I don't have those specifically this evening. I can pass it on, but the cameras hardware is at 5 elementaries, and radio communications at Liberty High School to enhance the communications with radio communications there.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Mr. Hagler?
The next one is $174,000 Central Virginia Computer Science Integration Team, CVCSI, so that's a mouthful. This was a grant that several localities with us went in together on, so we are the fiscal agent for this. We'll be receiving all those funds, but some of those funds will flow back out to the surrounding districts, which include Campbell, Lynchburg, Appomattox, and also, I think that might be it, but there might be one more. This is primarily for teacher training. There will be some stipends for them to go to classes and get additional training in regarding computer science. So that's how these funds will be used. Once again, not all the 174 is for us. Some will be going out to, the other one is Amherst, forgive me. Some of that funds will come to us and then we have to send it back out to them. So pleased to announce that we went after that grant and were awarded that. The next one is $30,000 state recruitment and retention support funding. This is primarily going to be used for some stipends, but primarily professional development. This is really paying for, will help pay teachers back for going and seeking additional credentials for classes. So they will have to finish those classes, seek reimbursement from us, and then we'll pay them and then get reimbursed from the state on this. So that's a $30,000 grant. The next one is $108,000 for health workforce funding. This is primarily for our nurses, for some training, some supplies, and also stipends for our nurses through this grant. Nurses that are under contract with us will receive a $2,500 stipend bonus through this grant. That's how it was written. And then also we're going to be spending some of this money on supplies and training also. So the next is really what I spoke to earlier, is budgeting in and actually doing a supplemental appropriation really for sales tax, as it is coming in higher. We do need those funds to kind of look at different categories in our operating fund to kind of shore those up. And there's money going into a lot of different categories here. Transportation, maintenance, administration, and also, I thought there was some, I might have a typo there, from some for technology. So this is kind of putting some money aside. In the technology, it's really some matching funds that are required. Maintenance, with that state security grant, there's also matching funds. So that's under the maintenance. We need a little bit more money to make that whole, and also for fuel. So this is budgeting some of the sales tax that's going to come in and putting it into different categories. And I spoke to that a little bit earlier. Any questions on that one? Yes, sir.
$100,000 to a major category of administration. What is that for, and what will that be used for?
Let me look at that one real quick. I believe that's primarily, we're seeing under, when I do technical adjustments and I look at the actual compared to budget, under administration is psychologists and nurses. Some of those salaries were coming in a little bit higher than I had budgeted. So when I set the budget last year, I usually use a December mid-year to set the following year budget and true up to actual. I believe what might have happened there were some vacancies that I missed, and so the budget wasn't set high enough. There's no additional positions there, but mainly under psychologists, that line was budgeted too low for what we're actually experiencing. And that was due primarily to a vacancy, and that I had not set that high enough.
If I just piggyback on that, we were struggling, as everyone was, to keep our nursing fully staffed in the years of the pandemic. We are today fully staffed. Every school has a nurse, and we have a floater nurse. So if a nurse is out on a planned day or on an illness, we have a floater to go, and we have a substitute. It's just amazing. So,
Struggling to keep nurses?
yeah, it was hard to find them, Marcus. There's, they could work anywhere. So it's a competitive field. So to be fully staffed with nurses across all of our schools, we're now fully staffed. It's the first time in a while we've been fully staffed. I think that goes to some of what Mr. Hager was just saying. When we were budgeting into this year, we were struggling to keep vacancies up. So we weren't paying out all of the salaries because we couldn't find all the people.
And just for clarity, I mean, some people, when you look at administration, people have different things that they think about. Most of the central office administration is under the instructional category. All the supervisors, directors that oversee special education. What's under administration is really the office of the superintendent, the school board, finance, HR, psychologists, and nurses. So that's what sits under administration, and that's the accounting code, how the state asks us to report it and to designate it throughout. And so we follow the state guidance on how that is. So I would say, when you think about central office, most of that is under instruction in what we're providing out to schools. So HR, finance, psychologists, nurses, you could argue that psychologists and nurses and we're delivering support services to kids. Those aren't really belong there, but that's how the state kind of sets up their code.
I have a question, if I may. And former board member, Mr. Downey, would be amiss if I didn't ask this question. When you said that we are now fully staffed with nurses, are all of them RNs at this point, or do we have LPNs?
But as far as I know, they're all RNs.
They're all RNs?
All of our nurses are RNs, and we are partnering with the Governor's Health Academy for the first time for our adult LPNs to do in-clinic training, but all of our staffed positions are RNs.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Any other questions on that supplemental?
So just kind of piggyback on what Margaret was saying, all the extra funding going towards the administration would be for nurses and
That's,
psychological.
when I did my mid-year forecast that I presented earlier, I saw pressure on those line items, and that's really why I'm allocating or requesting that more money be allocated there.
So it's 208,960, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's it for me.
And the final one is a reappropriation. This is, I spoke to this earlier, our ending balance for FY '22, June 30th, 2022, was $2,117,949.33. It's my recommendation to the board that that money, we request that the Board of Supervisors reappropriate that money to the School Maintenance Reserve Fund for CIP projects. And this is a longstanding practice with the Board of Supervisors. Any leftover funds that we have at the end of the year unspent, we usually go back for one-time expenditures, and typically we have all that money go into the maintenance reserve for capital improvement projects.
Questions?
Okay. These will come back at the next meeting for action, and then after that, I'll take those to the Board of Supervisors for their approval on these. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hagler. Item 4.02, proposed redistricting. Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blankenship, you have the clicker? Very good, thank you. So I'm going to tag team with Mr. Blankenship on tonight's presentation, the purpose of which is to review school capacity concerns with the elementary schools in the forest zone, and to discuss some possible options which the administration has developed in consultation and conversation with the Facilities Committee. We just had a meeting just a couple days ago with the Facilities Committee. So we are proposing some options that we could address the concerns with the school capacity issues. I want to emphasize that tonight the board is not being asked to take any action, only to receive this information, and that next week, a week from now, there's a special called meeting on the 19th of January to be held at Jefferson Forest High School. At that time, the board is scheduled to receive public comment about the possibility of adjusting the boundary lines for the elementary schools in the forest zone. By way of reminder, the board has also already received comments in written form from individual citizens that were collected via a link provided through the school division's website on this matter. Should the board wish to act on any of the options that are being presented this evening, it's suggested that you would do so a month from now at your regularly scheduled February 9 school board meeting. So just to anchor this presentation, this is a map that I previously shared with the school board at our joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors this past October. This map graphically displays the changes that occurred in the population in Bedford County between the 2010 U.S. Census and the 2020 U.S. Census. So if I draw your eye to where you see red and orange on the map, those are primarily in the Liberty and Stanton River zones, and those indicate an overall decline in the population in those sections of the county. Conversely, if your eye is drawn to the green, over that same time frame, there has been double-digit increases in population throughout that area of the county. And if you've ever driven through there, you know it looks more and more very urbanized in that part of the county. As you're going to hear in more detail tonight from Mr. Blankenship as part of his comments in tonight's presentation, this growth in the population in the forest zone has created some real school capacity concerns for us, but in particular at two of our forest zone schools, Forest Elementary and New London Academy, both of which are at or near 100% capacity for student enrollment. And this is as a result of the new housing developments that are in very close proximity to those two schools. Now, to address these capacity concerns, we're presenting again tonight some options for the board's consideration. So just to receive this information and reflect on it, receive public comment next week, and then consider if you want to take any action, what action you might like to take a month from now. The first option, is listed there on the screen, would be full implementation of a redistricting plan. This plan was previously shared with the board a full 6 months ago at the July 14 school board meeting. It was also shared in its entirety with the community at two public information sessions, which were held on August 17th and on August 18th at Jefferson Forest High School and at Otter River Elementary, respectively. If adopted, option number 1 on the screen, the redistricting plan would impact approximately 160 students, which is roughly 2% of our overall population in the school division. Of those 160 students, about 2/3 of those students would be reassigned out of Forest Elementary or New London into one of the other elementary schools in the forest zone, which then would mean no change in their middle school or high school feeder pattern. The remaining third of those 160 students, or approximately 50 students, would be reassigned out of Otter River to go west to either, depending on their age, Bedford Primary or Bedford Elementary, or depending on where they lived in proximity to Big Island Elementary School. Those 50 students being relocated to those to the Liberty Zone would then matriculate to Liberty Middle and Liberty High School. As a side note, under option 1, full implementation of the redistricting plan would then create Otter River to be exclusively in the forest zone, whereas currently students, when they leave 5th grade to go to 6th grade, they're split between forest and Liberty zones. Second option is much like the first one, except it's just a partial implementation of the redistricting plan. So rather than redistrict 160 students, it would redistrict approximately 100 students from either Forest or New London again, but exclusively to either Thomas Jefferson or to Otter River. None of the other elementary schools in the Forest Zone or in the Liberty Zone would be impacted under option number 2. Only approximately 100 students currently in Forest or New London would be redistricted to either Thomas Jefferson or to Otter River. As with the full implementation, option 1, the boundary adjustments with this partial implementation, again, would not involve any change in the middle school or high school feeder pattern for these students, meaning they would change their elementary feeder pattern, but they would continue to be in the Forest Middle and Jefferson Forest High School feeder pattern. However, that would mean Otter River would continue to be split with some students going to Forest and some students going to Liberty. Essentially, we wouldn't be moving anyone out of the Otter River Zone. We would just be bringing more students into the Otter River Zone. A third option would be not to make any of those adjustments in school boundaries, and instead consider addressing the capacity concerns within Forest Elementary and New London Academy by adding modulars or learning cottages to those campuses as the need is demonstrated. This would create additional classroom space. Mr. Hagler and I looked at the market today to see if we were to go out and purchase a modular today, it would be at a cost of $165,000 for one modular. In addition, there would be a one-time $35,000 acquisition fee for delivery and setup. We also looked at the cost of leasing modulars. The lease cost of a modular is $2,200 a month, or approximately $26,000 a year. In addition to the lease, there would be associated infrastructure costs of approximately approximately $10,000, because we would need to install walkways and awnings and utility hookups for those leased buildings. from potentially acquiring modulars, we could look at the programs that are offered within those two schools where we have the concerns, particularly at Otter River, which currently has 3 preschool programs. About half those kids who attend those preschool programs would matriculate to kindergarten through 5th grade in Otter River, so that's their feeder school. But Otter River is also providing preschool opportunities for children in the other surrounding elementary zones. So we could consider relocating the preschool programs out of, I said Otter River, I'm sorry, New London is what I meant to say. 3 preschool programs within New London, and we could relocate them to either Thomas Jefferson or Otter River, where they have space to absorb those children. That would free up some classroom space for students in grades K-5 in Otter River. It should be noted that that would not be an option for Forest Elementary School to provide relief because there are currently no preschool programs in Forest to free up classroom space. So those are the 3, overarching options for consideration and discussion. Again, we've reviewed option 1, the full implementation, with the full board before. The community has seen it. It's been on our website. But it is before us again, and so I'm going to ask Mr. Blankenship to take over the presentation at this point, and he's going to take you through how many students would come out of each school and where would they go under a full implementation. But before I turn it over, is there a question, Dr. Mealy?
So I have a question, and I don't know actually if you all will be able to answer it. I'm just taking one, Boonesboro Elementary is at 86%. I'm reading across that line correctly. So what's the difference in students between 86% and 100%?
I'm struggling to hear you over
Okay.
AC and microphones, I'm sorry.
Boonesboro Elementary is at 86% capacity right now.
Okay.
So what is the number of students between 86% and 100%? How many students is that? Is it 3? Is it 20? How many students is it? Do we have that information?
I'd have to research that for you, Dr. Mealy. If I just did the math, okay.
3
Yeah,
looks great.
Sure. Yeah, that's simple math, I can do that. The challenge, Dr. Mealy, from your principal days, it's where are those kids and which grade level? So it's really more a question of how many classroom configurations do you have? Do you need 3 of a grade level or 4 of a grade level? If the numbers, that difference broke evenly across all the grade levels, it probably wouldn't be a concern. But if they all came in at 1 grade level or 2 grade levels and created a need for additional classroom space, it's much more complex.
Well, that would be true at any school, though. I think that would be true at most of our schools. If
Yes,
I had
ma'am.
an influx at,
Yeah.
of 3rd graders at school X,
Yes.
it would create a space issue. So it's 42, is that what the number was?
53.
So as we go to,
53.
on the screen in front of you and in the presentation, Mr. Blankenship could elaborate on that a little more. So with your permission, I'm going to go ahead and have him continue. This is the next slide, which will lead right into your question, Dr. Mealy.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bergen. And I'll go ahead and cover that right now. The capacities are listed in the slide here. These have been determined over years of studies and looking at the different sizes of the schools and how many classrooms are there based on how many students we want in each classroom and what's available. Some of the classrooms are designated or designed for certain things, like for kindergarten and 1st grade, you might want different size classrooms with a bathroom in those for those younger kids and that kind of thing. So these capacities were set on all those studies, and you see there that Boonesboro has a capacity of 380 students. So right now, our projected enrollment for 23-24 is 327. So if they were to get 53 more students in that school, we would say they were at 100% capacity. So before I get into the details, I want to go back and recap this. This is what was presented in December. This is our projected enrollment, both K through 12 and pre-K through 12. And you can see there that we are projecting to be at about 75% capacity as a division, and 77 if you include pre-K. However, the 3 schools that we're looking at here, Boonesboro, Forest, and New London, are all at 85 or higher. Boonesboro, we mentioned, at 86, Forest Elementary at 89, and New London is actually at 110 if you count pre-K, which we talked about moving some of those programs out maybe as an option. So the next slide that I wanted to mention is we have worked with our county planning commission folks. They send us information every month when they have meetings about proposed developments. These developments, some of them are in the works, some of them are being built out, but we do have this list of these high-density developments right in close proximity to Forest Elementary and New London that we wanted to bring to your attention, because we know that we have a multiplier in the attachment on the Word document that we use with the county. It was developed in 2017, and we actually have just recently tested this. There is a development that is an apartment development that is very similar to the Weston, actually the same developer, same design, that has 168 units in that development. And we actually went in and looked at how many kids we're getting out of that development. If you take our multiplier of 0.13 and multiply that by 168 apartments, it comes out to 21.84. All right, so roughly 22 students. We actually looked at how many we had coming out of those apartments. We have 21 students coming out of those apartments. So we feel like our multiplier, what our projections are pretty solid. And if you look at Forest Elementary in particular on this slide, you'll see there that between that Weston Village development, Farmington Apartments, another one, Corporate Park, which is, I'll show you on the map in just a second, we're projecting, I think it's 51 students to come out of those developments when they're fully built out. If you add that 51 to what we're projecting for Forest Elementary at 346, that comes out to be 397, which is at about 102% capacity. So we're looking at, once this development is in place, which some of it, I will be honest with you, I drove through the Weston Village development. There are people already living in the condominiums, and one of the apartment buildings is now being leased. There are cars and the people living in those, and the other ones are very shortly going to be completed. So Forest Elementary is probably in one of the more rapidly advancing in terms of this development. So that just is to show you the map. On this slide, you'll see the little red dot or pointer, and that is Forest Elementary School. Across the road, you'll see those white rectangular buildings. That's Jefferson Forest High School. All that cleared land in between those two is now an apartment complex with condo complex. And that is actually right across the road from Forest Middle School as well. But this was a slide that I got off Google Maps, and it is no longer accurate because that is all built up now. Over in that green area at the far right of the map, that's where that Corporate Park townhomes is going to go in. There's a lot of green space over there that may or may not be developed. And of course, if you haven't driven it, if you go on down Perryville Road, you run into Farmington and the apartments and the development there, which is huge. So that area is just booming, and we know that there's more coming soon. This next slide is the map of the New London area, and once again, the little red pointer is the New London Elementary, our academy. I just wanted to show you that right across the road there, if you go down New London Road, there's some plowed fields there, and then a lot of green space off to the west or right behind that. That is where those towns of New London development condominiums will be coming in, and that is in very close proximity. All you do is go through the stoplight and take a right, and you're at New London. So that's where we are in terms of just showing you how close these developments are to our schools. Now this map is the original proposed, which we would call option 1. This map is posted on our website that you can get in, or the public can go in through a link and look at the shaded areas, or just look at it wherever they want to on the map. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at roads. But this area is what we originally proposed. Now, I just wanted to go over this real quick. The dark blue lines you see are the existing school zones, as they are right now. And then the lavender shaded areas would be, in the option 1 proposal, students in those areas would be sent to Bedford Primary, Bedford Elementary, and then continue on to Liberty Middle and Liberty High School. The coral, I'll call that the coral color. At the top of the map, that would be students that would be redistricted into Big Island, and those students would also follow through Liberty Middle and Liberty High School. Some of those students would be coming out of Otter River, and some would be coming out of Forest Elementary. The next would be the light blue area. Those students would be redistricted to go to attend Otter River. Those would come out of New London, and a few out of Forest Elementary School. And then the pink is a very small sliver, but that would be redistricted to Boonesboro from the Forest Elementary zone. Very few there. Then I'll go on to the right side of the map, and the what I'll call mint green. Those students are the students that would be redistricted from either Forest Elementary or New London to Thomas Jefferson. And like I said, you can look up that map in the GIS system. The table here shows you actually how many students we are, one, projecting for next school year without any changes. That's our projections for how many students would be at these schools. Their capacity in the next column. And then we talk about how many students we would be moving in or out of each school. So you can see here the numbers that would go from, say, Forest Elementary out to 4 different schools there in that case, which would leave them, we wouldn't add any students into that school, and that would leave them at a adjusted total of 297. We'll talk about capacity in the next slide, but you can see here that this is the number of students as it is today. This is if we picked them up and moved them right now, because we really have no way of projecting future pre-K and elementary students coming in, moving into the zone. But this is what it would look like if we just pulled the trigger on this and everybody moved today. So the next slide is one that we are using our projections for grade by grade that we also presented in December. So as you can see here, option 1 for redistricting consideration would be if we had no change to these schools, that's what we would expect in each grade level and as a total. And if we pulled, did the redistricting and everyone moved, not partial, but if everyone moved, then we would see this change in the grade by grade totals for students. And you can see that I've included a column there for change. That's either adding students or taking away students. And then at the end, the last column, you would see what a difference it would make in the capacity just based on the listed capacity and how many students we'd be putting in there. So you can see there that with a full implementation of this option, you would see that Forest Elementary would come down significantly by 48 students, down to about 77% capacity. New London would also come down from 100% capacity in K-5 to 82% with losing 54 students. Now, we would use space at Thomas Jefferson. Adding those students would bring Thomas Jefferson up to about 85% capacity. And we tried to do this so that possibly you could see what it would look like grade by grade. That may or may not, and it may or may not help the staffing in these schools. Now, Otter River, with this option, does not change that much because we're taking out just about as many students as we're adding in. I think they only add 3, so it's really about 70, 71, 72% capacity in this option. This is option 2, and what we're looking at here is really no movement into a different graduation zone. So option 2, you can see that Bedford Elementary, Bedford Primary, Big Island, and Boonesboro would basically not be included. They would receive no students from these other schools, and they would stay where they are in our projections. Now, the 4 schools that would be affected in option 2 would be Forest Elementary, New London, Otter River, and Thomas Jefferson. And you can see there, if the numbers are a little bit different because we only moved students out of Forest Elementary into Thomas Jefferson. So we didn't take those other students that we had proposed in option 1 to go to Boonesboro, Otter River, and Big Island. We didn't move those students in this option, so they stay at Forest Elementary. New London is pretty much the same as option 1. We would take students from New London and send some to Thomas Jefferson, the 24, and some to Otter River. Otter River would not lose any students because we talked about earlier, we would not send any students from Otter River to the Liberty Zone, to Bedford Elementary, Bedford Primary, but they would gain students from New London. So that would boost their projection total up to 217 students. You can see there, Thomas Jefferson would go from projected of 480 to 549 after receiving 69 students, I believe, from the 2 schools, Forest Elementary and New London. So in this one, no one would change a graduation zone. And possibly in this next slide, you can see that possibly the staffing may be a little bit easier at Otter River. The class sizes there, for instance, I'll just use 2nd grade, projected to be, if with no changes, at 27 students in that grade level. If we moved the students in from Otter River, that would boost it to 35. They would gain 32 overall students, and their capacity would jump from 71% capacity to 83%. I think this slide shows that if option 2 were implemented, you would see most of our schools in the 77 to 85% capacity range, with some space in Forest Elementary and in New London, in the 2 areas that we're talking about having a lot of growth coming in the next few years. So just some additional notes on the considerations on the plan. We talked about this earlier when we first started developing this, but implementation for the fall of '23, I think some questions came up over can it be done in that time frame. Just our usual window for zone transfers is March 1 through July 1st. So we are obviously in line for that. We could start the zone transfer process following the school board policy on zone transfers, which is JCD, and it does allow exceptions for students who are currently in a school to continue attending that school through the sequence of grades offered. So they could request a zone transfer, stay at their school, and the big thing there is they would provide their own transportation, okay? So we would be, accepting those starting March 1st. Bus routes for these would have to be changed. I will tell you that in the development of these options or these considerations, we pretty much just took a bus route out of one school and moved it over to the other school. Now, it could change in terms of rider time on the bus, depending on if you get on first. You may have gotten on last before, now you might get on first, and so that bus could change the route. But we did want to wait until, if this was approved or put into place, we would make sure we got those bus routes and publish those prior to the opening of school as early as possible. We put August 23 on here, but I'm hoping that would be earlier if we were to implement this. And then the other thing that I think would be a good idea would be, we know some students are going to take us up if we do this on staying and providing their own transportation. Just from the past, we've done redistricting one time before, and I know that a good number of them did stay and provide their own transportation. So we you know, the numbers I gave you are if we took everyone and made them move. We know that's not the way we're going to implement maybe. So close these schools down for at least next year to see how it shakes out, and possibly longer after that, depending on how many students we see in the projections. But we've already said that we would recommend Forest Elementary, New London, and Boonesboro for closure to non-resident students coming in, and for zone transfers, I would just say we probably should add Thomas Jefferson to that as well. If we're going to move students into Thomas Jefferson and come up to about 85%, we probably don't need to be letting in tons of kids from outside our district or other zones in the district. So,
Yeah, and Mr. Blankenship, I think the committee also discussed it would also apply to siblings who aren't even in school yet. So if you have a first grader or fourth grader and you've got a 2-year-old, and they're 3 years away, this grandfathering would apply to the family as long as their residency didn't change. You sell the house, new family moves in, you don't pass off the grandfathering, it stays with the family. So we won't know unless we adopt it. We just won't know how many families would accept the redistricting. Some will, some won't, but it would provide some relief, particularly in those 2 schools that are most concerning to us. They're concerning today. I mean, we have a lot of kids in those 2 buildings today, and you saw on those maps, the housing is coming in the coming years. And so we'll need to do something through these options, some smorgasbord perhaps of all the above. And the no zone transfer request listed would be, of course, unless you're grandfathered, then you would be able to have a zone transfer. Ms. Hairston.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen, and Mr. Blankenship as well. One of the things I wanted to just share with board members is that Dr. Bergen had mentioned New London Academy, and the committee had talked about the possibility of us considering the preschool program, looking at perhaps maybe making some changes there to address those issues there, capacity issues at New London. I would ask Dr. Bergen if you would include that statement that you made, that possibility or option included in the slide here. I'm sure fellow board members are going to go back later, and you're going to probably look at these considerations, and you'll have it there as an option listed.
Oh, I see. Sure. It was in my script, but it wasn't on the slide that was projected. I
think it'll be just a good reference point for the board members to take a look at too, and know that that is certainly a consideration from the committee as well. Mm-hmm. It's a difficult decision. I know that last December when we had our board meeting, Mr. Blankenship had shared with us information regarding enrollment and the decline in just our enrollment within the 10-year span. And so that certainly I think is a factor that we all have to consider too, is where is the growth? And according to the data that was shared with us, and again, it was all just projected here, it does appear that there's going to be potentially a decline in Bedford County in our enrollment. Now, that certainly doesn't mean that in the Forest area that growth will not occur there. I think it's pretty apparent that there is growth that will take place in the Forest area. And so that's something as a board we have to consider as well. How do we address that capacity issue in the Forest area? But for now, I think our immediate attention should be drawn to those schools that are at full capacity and looking at options to best alleviate that. Matt, I don't know if you want to add anything.
I mean, that's pretty much laid out there, and then what you said to add, I think that's about it.
That concludes our presentation, so we'll turn it back to the chair.
Are there any other questions?
I have some comments.
Okay.
I know previously when we saw reports, it showed, overcapacity at certain schools, and now when I'm looking at this data, really based on your projections for next year, we're sitting at 100% only at one school, and that's New London. And keep me honest here, because I want to make sure I'm following. So really, we're having discussions, and we should be having these discussions. But to me, we are impacting a minimum of 101 kids. That's a minimum. And we're doing it for what? To change capacity numbers from one school to another? And I understand growth, but nothing is certain that we're going to get those students. I mean, I know the 1.3, is that the number you?
Well, it's 0.13, yeah.
0.13, okay. So, I mean, could that change the following year? Yes. But to me, and again, I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just trying to put, because I mean, we're talking forest zone is what we're impacting. 101 students at a minimum. We're not adding any students to any other high school zone. So all we're doing is literally shifting these kids, say from Forest Elementary to Thomas Jefferson, both great schools, but we're impacting those kids. It sounds simple to us to move them from one place to another. Oh, you can stay there, but I need you to provide transportation. Yes, in most cases, forest kids are dropped off in a car, but there are families who are going to now have to provide that transportation. And frankly, right now is not a good time to be adding to the bottom line budget of families. And again, I'm not saying yes or no. I just want to make sure we're thinking through this clearly to say, hey, we need to go do this now. If we could say out of those, and believe me, I drive it every day. I mean, I'm in that traffic. This morning, I was in that traffic of these new townhomes. But if you can tell me how many kids are going to be impacted and it puts me over 100% at Forest Elementary, that's an alarm for me. But basically all we're doing is we're going to shift more kids out of Forest Elementary to TJ, causing a disruption to those kids. And I'm not promised I'm even going to get to a certain percentage back at Forest Elementary. So why am I moving those kids? And again, I'm not taken away from the fact that we're looking at it and understanding the data. It just seems to me that we're playing musical chairs with our kids, and I just don't know that right now is the right time to do it. If you guys feel strongly about it, I mean, that.
But I would agree with you on that. You know, this is definitely just a short-term fix.
Right.
I mean, it's, and like you say, nobody has a crystal ball here, so you have no idea what's going to happen there. They are growing tremendously in Forest. You know, I don't think that the students are being affected by it being at 100% now. You know, there's no learning loss that I'm aware of, and maybe I'm wrong. But, you know, I think, if it became a bigger issue where, you know, I know they're at capacity, but that may be just for a year or two or three, and then it's back down, you know.
Like if this number stood out to me at New London and you said, hey, we're not only at 103% now, we're up to 110%. We got to do something. But instead of the number going up, it's gone down, and we're at capacity. We've got room for them. So I'm just throwing that out there. I need more time to look and understand. Parents are not screaming. I haven't heard, don't do this or don't, Of course, there's been some feedback, but I hope Forest Elementary parents and TJ parents and New London parents and Otter River parents are looking at this and understanding what is this impact for your kids, and make sure you attend next week so we hear from you and we have a clear understanding of what you want us to do. Now, again, if we were at 110%, we'd have to take some action. But it's not like we don't have room at these schools at this point. So,
which is why, Mr. Hill, the committee decided that we needed to bring before you guys more areas for you to consider. Look at some other options here. I think for me, just knowing the data that was given to us, that there will be a decline. Again, this is just projected. I realize that, but that's what we have to go on. That there will be a decline in the overall enrollment in the next, say, 10 years. That to me is significant. And so because of that, the facility committee decided that it would be best for us to explore some other considerations, and so that's what we're bringing to you all. I will say that at New London, I hate to be redundant, but, you know, that school is at 100+ capacity. That's a concern. It always has been for me when this data was brought to the committee. I still think that that school needs our attention. We need to take some action in some way to help alleviate some of that capacity issue there. So.
And I want to add one more thing. I do not and will not support modular units in any capacity
I don't blame
whatsoever.
you, not one bit.
So that is not even an option for me. And I know I'm only one of 7, but we just got rid of them in Forest. We don't want them back.
I agree with you. To me, that's taking a step back, not moving forward.
Madam Chairman. I agree with the modulars. They're never good for a whole host of reasons. But my concern is also that it's not broken except New London at this point, and it impacts so many families. You're going to have families that aren't going to be able to transport their kids. I'd like to see us, and again, I'm kind of with the rest of you. I'm going to look at this more, but I just feel like let's fix what needs to be fixed, and let's see what kids show up. You know, sometimes kids don't show up, and that, you know, actually I'm kind of a little afraid I'll eat my words because your data is always so good, Mr. Blankenship. So, but I just think we should wait for them to show up and see what we need to do before we disrupt families and kids. But I agree with Georgia, we do need to address New London. I mean, that is an issue. And the preschool is a consideration I think we should give thought to. You have a right to, you know, to the preschool, but you don't necessarily have a right to it in perhaps your zone. At Stewartsville, I had kids from Manita, Goodview, different places. So I just think we do need to do this because it's just going to impact families negatively. I don't see how this is, especially the kids. You know, parents will do better than the kids will do.
I mean, I'll just echo that. I mean, I think right now our main priority is to fix the case at New London. I've heard a lot from the families that are going to be impacted by this, and it's not good. I mean, some families, like you said, they can't afford the transportation to take their kids to school. So I think our main focus right now needs to be on New London Academy. Let's get it fixed, and then, like you said, let's wait on the actual numbers to come in.
Not even so much there, you know, I'm concerned also about the parents who are both working.
Correct.
It's not even, you know, that's a double sword there, double-edged sword. The affording it and possibly that we can't do that because we both work.
Well, I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. And I'm glad to hear everyone else speak negatively about modulars, because I thought, my gosh, I really have been here forever and watching things come full circle, because I remember sitting here and listening to parents wanting to get rid of those modulars, and now we're talking about bringing them back. There's no way that that can happen. Mr. Blankenship, I'm just curious. And you may not know this number, and if you don't, that's fine. If you would please provide it when you do. I'm not putting you on the hot seat by any means. What is the number of zone transfers from the Liberty Zone to Otter River? And if you do not know that, would you please follow up with an email?
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I will. We are looking at the number, or we have been looking at the number of zone transfers at the high schools. How many are attending out of zone, say, Liberty to JF or JF to Liberty. So we have been looking at that. But that information we can get together and get to you. It should be fairly easy to do.
I would really appreciate getting that number just out of curiosity.
So just to clarify, that is the number coming from the Bedford Elementary zone to Otter River? Is that
What you want?
Coming from Liberty, transferring from Bedford Elementary, Bedford Primary to Otter River, please. And I don't mean but with all due respect, Mr. Daniels, this is when I miss Mr. Leamy here. It has been no secret that I have been a proponent for redistricting for years. I like the fact that the first plan would bring 50 more families to the Liberty Zone, which is well needed. And I said a statement early on when this was first presented, and I will stick by that statement, that I honestly don't think that the initial redistricting plan goes deep enough. We need to fill up the halls at Liberty. And I think it's just a crying shame that all of the development is in Forest, and there is no development within the Liberty Zone, and there is no development within the Stanton River Zone that is going to bring families to our schools. You know, we need to have a change here. I don't know what needs to be done countywide as far as promoting development in those areas, but something needs to be done. And I don't know if there are any other.
Well, I'd just like to say, I believe the opposite of that. The people that live in these zones, in Liberty and Stanton River zones, don't like the growth. Obviously, that's why they live there. And you know, I can just, like I say, I'm speaking for myself, it's my opinion, but I don't think there will never be as much growth in the other zones as it is in Forest.
I'm not saying as much as.
Right.
We definitely don't need the overcrowding,
Right.
but we do need something here.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
One more.
Okay.
Mr. Blankenship, I see now that with pre-K, New London is at 110%.
Right.
So if we leave it as is today, we do have an overcrowding at New London based on pre-K.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so we do have an issue that we have to address at New London.
Yeah, and New London's been pretty much steady at that capacity for a number of years. There's a lot of growth in that area, and we just wanted to bring to your attention this new growth that is proposed or being done, and kind of, plan ahead for what could be coming. And, hopefully my numbers are wrong. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I like having more students because it offsets our decline over the years, but I just hate to see a school overcrowded. And obviously, I agree with everyone that modulars, we just got rid of those, and it looked good without them, so I don't want to put them back there. But
No, we definitely have to address the problem at New London, and I think that sometimes the simplest approach may be the best. And I think that we can make one step, maybe if we agree to that, and that would help. But I think that again is only a temporary fix. But I do like the wait and see approach for making bigger changes, only because we're not exactly sure what's going to happen, and why upset the apple cart and move things around if we're going to have to just move them back, and now it's just a kind of a mess. Ultimately, a permanent solution may have to happen in Forest, not modulars, but we may have to look at expansions of those schools depending on what happens. So I think we need to be smart. We need to take a kind of ready, aim, fire approach, and address the immediate needs that we have now. I think that might be the prudent thing to do. But we'll wait and see what the community says.
So thank you, Mrs. Hairston, for pointing out that I did include it on the slide. That's an oversight. I did say in my script, we do have a problem today at New London. Part of what we can do, we talked about this at the committee level, is move the 3- and 4-year-olds. So we have 3 classrooms in New London. There are 25 children in VPI and ECSE at New London today, occupying 2 classrooms. And there's a third VPI ECSE with 8 children inside. That's a 3rd classroom. There's capacity to have preschools at TJ, to have them at Otter River. So it's a year. Marcus, this is the board's decision. The administration's role here is to bring the information to you through the committee and through feedback from the community, and you all make a decision what you want to do. we're looking down the road. That's why we included in this presentation, the housing is coming. It's being built as we sit here, and it's already been approved. And there'll be 10 more over the next several years. That just seems to be, in my short time in Bedford County, that's where the development is. So over time, I mean, we have a concern today in 2 of these buildings. The 89% capacity at Forest Elementary School is today. You see all those condominiums and apartments that are built literally out the windows of the school. They're gonna have some kids come out of those apartments, come into that building. And so we're a year or 2 away from, we're gonna have art on a cart. We're gonna not have a room for music. We're not gonna have we're not gonna have space for special education resources. It's remediation. There's just not gonna be space to do programming. So we can push it, but we can't push it indefinitely. Though, in particularly those 2 schools, I just can't emphasize that enough. So that's why listen, I'm not proposing modulars either. There was a request from the board to give us the cost. What would that be? It's a big cost. That's, you know, plus who wants them? I don't want them. You don't want them. So the only way we're gonna be able to address the capacity in those buildings is relocate some kids out of that attendance zone or move some programs out of there. Outside of preschool, we don't have much we can move.
I think, Dr. Bergen, that anybody's, at least I didn't understand anybody to say that this isn't something we might have to do.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's just, it's not a necessity to do it now, except to fix the New London issue. And when that issue arises, as they arise, I guess as a parent, it would be a lot easier for me to swallow to say, well, you know, we're at 110 capacity. There's no place for anything anymore at this school. I better understand why my child has to move. I might not like it, but at least I better understand. Right now, I don't think anybody, at least I didn't understand people to say that it is going to be in the future probably, but let's wait and see.
If we move the preschool programs, would we be able to lessen the impact to those families by providing buses for those
We already do, so.
to the other schools?
Oh, well, I don't want to misspeak. So early childhood special education, are we already responsible for transporting those children? So if we transport them to building A or building B, we're transporting those children. VPI, families provide? Can you come to the microphone? And if we need to gather more information, we can do a follow-up report.
Not unless they're in the current bus route zone. If they're out of zone,
The family provides?
the family provides, or they meet at a location and get on a bus on
I
the route.
understand.
Mhm.
So there's 25 children in the 4- and 5-year-old program. 14 of them live in the New London zone, so we're busing those kids out. They're getting on the bus with the kindergartners and the first graders. So there's another 11 kids that are driving themselves. Right now, those families, they're coming from Boonesboro, Forest, one's at Otter River now. So instead of those families driving their child to New London, they would drive their child to TJ or to Otter River, wherever the program was.
I will say with our VPI students, we work really hard to work with families. So sometimes parents are transporting because they're headed to work, or they're in with a grandparent, or because they can't go to our after-school care because they're too young. So sometimes we put them with the babysitter in that school zone. So we try to work with parents so there is a bus route, but
Yep.
Yep. Do I have any of my glasses on or off? Okay, that should complete all the staff reports. Moving on to item 9.09, organizational items. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is just an annual request from the administration, from the board, to appoint designees. First, a designee for the superintendent. So in my incapacity or inability to reach me, I should have a designee, and I'm recommending the deputy superintendent, Dr. Karen Woodford. Agent of the board has been, and I'm suggesting would continue to be, Mr. Randy Hagler, our assistant superintendent for finance and operations. I am strongly recommending that we continue with the clerk of the school board, Diana Johnson, and we would have a change in the deputy clerk of the school board to Melissa Sexton. We would be volunteering her for this role, but she would, again, only serve in the event that Mrs. Johnson was unavailable. So that is my recommendation for action tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the organizational items as presented? Ms. Harrison? I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. All those any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 9.02. Do I have a motion to approve the 2023 VSBA Code of Conduct for school board members?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the 2023 VSBA Code of Conduct for school board members as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Harrison. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
Why do we have to sign this? Is it a legality standpoint? Are we required to sign it?
You are not required to sign it.
That we are not?
It is a suggestion, it's an annual suggestion from VSBA. It's always been done in the past by Bedford County School Board. But no, there is no requirement by code, by VSBA.
Are there any, just out of curiosity, now that we're open up to discussion, are there any ramifications if we don't?
Not to my knowledge, no. And Madam Chair, if I could also say, what is in front of you is their suggested template. That's what has always been used. If the board wanted to have its own code of conduct, it could be created. You don't need one. You could create your own. You could use the VSBA, which is what has been done before. Nothing's required, though.
Say we don't even have to have one?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Further discussion? Okay, call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting the VSBA Code of Conduct signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Johnson, will you poll the board?
Mr. Daniels? Mrs. Hairston? Mr. Hill? Mr. Holbrook?
No.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nelms? Motion does not pass.
We will not be endorsing that this evening. Do I have a motion for the approval of the bus lease bid?
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the bus lease bids as presented by Mr. Randy Hagler.
I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion?
Question.
Yes,
And I
sir.
apologize for not looking in detail, but these are not battery.
Correct.
Okay.
These are all diesel.
Diesel buses.
And I'll just make a little bit extra comment here. Increasing in prices on buses, increase in interest rate is coming in a little bit higher than what we budgeted, but it can be absorbed by the transportation budget as I presented earlier. We will look at the budget for next year on the different buses we purchase, the amount of buses we purchase, and we may have to adjust this line to go up, or we may be able to reduce how many we replace each year so it's budget neutral. We'll look into that before we get a final budget, but for right now, the buses are being delivered, and this is where the financing came in. We do finance over 7 years, lease purchase, and we run our buses for 15.
Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion for the approval of policy updates presented at the December 8, 2022 board meeting? I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 10, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am. So, boy, it was great to see T. Fox here tonight. That's our first celebration for the viewing public who were not here at that moment. Mr. T. Fox has been named Bedford County Public Schools Teacher of the Year. So congratulations again to you, Mr. Fox. He will now move on to the State Region 5 competition, where we're confident he is going to rise right up to the top yet again and represent Bedford County as one of the 8 state finalists for Virginia Teacher of the Year. We'll keep you apprised as that competition moves forward. Also, congratulations again to Melissa Overstreet, who we had an opportunity to recognize here earlier this evening. Mrs. Overstreet is the Office Associate Extraordinaire at Big Island Elementary School, and she was selected as one of only 2 individuals across the entire Commonwealth for the RISE Award, which is an acronym for Recognizing Inspirational School Employees. What we didn't share with you when we introduced her is she had a nice surprise. On the 13th of December, Big Island had a school assembly, had all the kids in the gymnasium, and then up on the Zoom screen, Secretary of Education, Dr. Gadira, and Superintendent of Public Instruction, Dr. Balo, congratulated Mrs. Overstreet personally on behalf of themselves and the governor. So that was a nice moment for the school. Next, in partnership with the Bedford Area Education Foundation, we're just so pleased to be able to continue to lift up 2 staff members each month through our Bedford's Best program. This is an opportunity for us to recognize those unsung heroes who go above and beyond to make a difference in people's lives every day. Congratulations to the Bedford's Best recognition recipients for December. They were Bedford Elementary School's Barbara Bauer and Jefferson Forest High School's Jonathan Taylor. I always enjoy those visits when I go out to the schools to present them with a gift of appreciation, which includes, a small token of appreciation from contributions from the BAEF. Again, if you'd like to nominate someone for recognition, it's easy to do. Just visit our website, click on Bedford's Best. You'll find it under District News. Next, if you didn't see this post on our division Facebook site, this young man, Grayson West, Forest Middle School 8th grader, competed at the 2022 Spartan Kids World. He is the world champion, 2022 Spartan Kids World Champion. He trained for this competition for 6 months while he was also competing on the JF cross country team. In December, he traveled down to Florida with his family and competed against 175 other kids from across the globe. While completing the obstacle course, he was neck and neck with one other competitor, and at the very end took over and won by 3 seconds. Congratulations, Grayson, on your amazing accomplishment. Next, if you weren't already aware, DARE, the Drug Resistance Education Program, is back. These are classroom lessons led by a police officer to teach children how to resist peer pressure and live productive lives free of drugs and violence. So what you see here pictured are 5th grade students at Goodview Elementary School. They recently held a graduation ceremony for completing their DARE program that had been taught by Deputy Glidden. We'd like to give a special shout out to Sheriff Mike Miller for his leadership in bringing the DARE program back to Bedford County Public Schools, as well as to Deputy Glidden and the entire Bedford County Sheriff's Office for their support of our schools. And speaking of law enforcement, if you weren't aware, this past Monday, the 9th of January, was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. This is an annual celebration to honor everyone who's involved in law enforcement. So, of course, we'd like to show our appreciation for all that they do to protect all of us and serve our community. Particularly, we'd like to offer our special thanks to all of our school resource officers, including Deputy Ron Clayton, who's patrolling in the back of the room. Thank you, Deputy Clayton, for being here this evening. All of our SRO officers for their service and support of our students, staff, and visitors every day. Next, we're preparing to showcase some of our best elementary school artwork, and we want to make sure board members, you're invited to come see it, and anyone in the community for that matter. The Winter Elementary Art Expedition is being held the week of February 7 through 11 at the Bauer Center right there in the town of Bedford. Artwork from 7 schools is being featured. Those 7 schools are Bedford Elementary, Bedford Primary, Boonesboro, Huddleston, Manita, Otter River, and TJ. students' artwork will be on display. The viewing times are, again, February 7 through 11, Tuesday through Thursday and Saturday. You can stop by between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. And if you're available on Friday, February 10th, you can view from 11 to 5, and then there's a special reception for families and the students and an awards presentation between 5 and 6:30, open to all of you. And finally, here's this month's 3 things to know. First of all, number 1, school will be closed for students and staff next Monday, the 16th of January. I'm sorry? Schools will be closed on Monday, January 16th in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Number 2, students will not attend school on Monday, February 6th, as that is a professional development day for our staff. And lastly, interim reports are scheduled to be sent home with students 3 weeks from now on Thursday, February 2nd. So parents, keep your eye open for your student to bring home their interim report to celebrate with you all of their hard work in school. Madam Chair, that completes the superintendent's comments.
Very much, Dr. Bergen. Moving on to item 11.01, committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Daniels.
Nothing to report. We have a SEAC meeting coming up next 2 weeks.
We had our first CTE committee meeting, and basically we just went over our goals and ideas and everything we want to see come accomplished out of this new committee. Dr. Bergen may have some things he may want to add to it. I will say we have 568 applications for this upcoming school year for CTE programs. So we're getting a lot of people interested in CTE right now.
Yeah, it was a terrific first meeting. Thank you, Dwayne, for your representing the board. The room was full. So we have a lot of folks in this lane. Here in the county and in the town and in the Lynchburg regional area, there are a lot of individuals and organizations who are interested in workforce development, and we're partnering with all of them, of course, with our friends at CVCC. So that's going to be a standing committee. We have another meeting coming up.
Next meeting is January 19th. That's our next CT committee meeting.
Anything else? That's it. Mr. Hill?
There was no Central Virginia Gov School meeting in January. Our next IGA meeting is January 17th at 9 a.m. And then also I will be attending the Capitol Conference where I will be meeting with our local legislatures January 30th through the 31st. So I'll be in Richmond for that.
Okay.
That's it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Mr. Holbrook?
Well, everything we went over in the facilities committee went over tonight about the redistricting, so.
Dr. Mealy?
I would say the same thing. Everything we discussed in our finance meeting yesterday, we discussed tonight. Nothing else to add.
I'm going to echo the same thing that Mr. Holbrook said regarding the facility committee. The Laurel School Board, we did not meet in January, so our next meeting is in February, the 1st.
Now, you know my normal routine. We'll start with you, Ms. Hairston, as far as comments.
Okay. Well, I'd like to begin by just thanking the staff and all of the members of our school division who helped out over the holiday break when we had that terrible water issue. I know that it required a lot of time from staff members, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and helping to resolve those issues. It's unfortunate that we had the type of damage to the Liberty Middle School, to the gym, but I know that Dr. Bergen has assured us that the insurance claim has been filed and we're moving forward towards getting repairs done there. And so to our Liberty Middle School community, you can rest easy. We're working on that and we'll get that gym open and up and running again. I too want to echo congratulations to Melissa Overstreet, the secretary at Bic Allen. I've known Melissa for a number of years, and she is so deserving of this recognition. She is certainly the heart of that school. She goes above and beyond what her duties are. And she has a heart for the community and the students. And so, Melissa, congratulations. You're just so deserving of it. And that's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Dr. Mealy?
I just have a couple of comments. I want to welcome everybody back from their break. I hope you did something fun. You rested. You ate everything that didn't try to eat you first. To all the staff and all the students, thank you for coming back and having a great start to the second half of our year. I too am not going to repeat everything Mrs. Harrison said, but just know that some of our staff were away on Christmas Day handling those water problems, so very much appreciate them doing that. I also want to give a shout out to our Teacher of the Year and to the RISE Award winner, Melissa Overstreet. I too have been up there, and if she doesn't know it or can't fix it, it can't be done. So she was very deserving. And I also want to give a shout out to the law enforcement people in the county and in our division for everything they do to help BCPS and keep us all safe. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to say several people reached out to me about the floors in the gym. Wanted to make sure that it was going to get fixed and not pushed to the side. Just want to let everybody know that it's not a budget issue since it is an insurance claim and it is being handled. So, I also want to say thank you to Sheriff Miller for bringing the DARE program back. Because in our rural community, drugs have become quite the problem. And, what better way to stop it than stop it before it gets started. So that's it for me.
Nelms?
Welcome back, everyone. I kind of want to echo what Mr. Holbrook just said. I'm really excited to see DARE program back, and I'm going to make it my goal to attend one of those DARE sessions because I remember that as a kid. That was one of my favorite things to do. So, and then I just want to leave you with a quote I found earlier today. This is kind of a reminder for all of us. A little progress each day adds up to big results. So I just want to keep that in your head for 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Nelms. Mr. Daniels?
Well, as usual, I have a couple things to say, but the first thing is I have a question. I don't know if it's for Dr. Cornett. We were talking about adding, additional trainers, and I think that's fantastic. I'm excited for it. It's one of the things that I wanted to see done with this budget. But my question is with sports, and a lot of us watch sports, and a lot of people don't, but they've seen the news recently, and with the player from the Buffalo Bills and everything that happened there. Besides our trainers, do we have, as far as staff, as coaches, or how many people on a team or whatever are CPR certified? Do we have defibrillators? Do we have training? I've got some questions from the community I want to be able to answer.
We do have defibrillators, all of our students and verify working with Ms. Thomas on that. As far as VHSL requires coaches to do CPR training. It's not fully certified training with a different card. There is a component of that where they are certified.
Okay.
What was the other question?
I think that was it. I just want to make sure that we have multiple staff that can assist with some first aid and that are trained on equipment while we're waiting.
I will say this, next week we'll have a meeting with one on subcardiac arrest, the other on heat-related illness, which will also put in place certain
Okay.
additional
All right, cool.
If I could add, earlier Mr. Hagler mentioned the grant that our schools program have obtained.
Mm-hmm.
And a large portion of that grant is dedicated to universalizing our AED programming so that all campuses know exactly where they're located.
Mm-hmm.
Consistency, we did, after doing an audit, we found out there wasn't always consistency in staff knowing where things were located.
Sure.
And I think we're purchasing 18 additional AED devices so that we can have consistency across every school.
Great. Okay.
One more thing, their athletic trainers have AEDs.
Okay, great, thank you. Today it was great seeing policy enacted by this board through a lens of excitement with my own son. He's been excited for a couple days. He's actually last week, I think, is the first time he mentioned it. But today he went on a field trip to the D-Day Memorial. He's a junior at JF, and that's where they were at today. And the things that he learned today, I think, will stay with him forever and will teach him about the responsibility and sacrifice of this great country that we get to call home. This is exactly why we voted on and passed the promotion of patriotism. You know, I think these stories are important to carry on and to teach our kids about. He texted me today. First, he texted me a lot of pictures, and then he sent 2 texts, and he said, "When I was walking past the plaques, I prayed for the soldiers. I hope that memorials like this stay forever, because if we never had the people do what they did and died before us, we would never be here today." So, I mean, you know, his great-grandfather that served and made it through to the Battle of the Bulge, you know, if it wasn't for the sacrifice of everybody at Normandy and the Bedford boys, he doesn't get there. So to see that he was proud of that and that the legacy of this country can live on, I think is tremendous. And this is something that's right here in our backyard. And if anyone listening out there has not been there, you know, you owe it to yourself and to just go out there and kind of experience it all. So I think that's amazing, and I'm glad that we were able to do that, and I'm glad that, you know, our school system is already taking action on making sure that we start visiting a lot of these sites that are right, like I said, in our backyard. On another note, several District 7 families have reached out to me because of a potential issue with a business that could potentially be moving in close proximity to Otter River, within about a half mile or so. There are legitimate concerns with this new business, and I just want to let you know I've been talking to families, I've been talking to other governing bodies. I think our school system also has been informed. We hope our voices can be heard at an upcoming meeting with the Board of Supervisors whenever the time presents itself. If you have more information, please feel free to reach out to me and others if you have any details, but I encourage everyone that please make your voices be heard, whichever way you feel. Now, everybody here on this board got involved for various reasons. I believe that when we each were elected, we tried to address those issues that got us involved. You know, being on this board opens your eyes, though, to other issues that we must deal with, and some that we may have actually been unaware of when we were actually running for this position. I've said this before, but we don't always agree up here, but that's partly because we have our debates, you know, out here in the public view, kind of like C-SPAN. We saw that a lot last week in the House of Representatives. Most families don't agree all the time, and conversations can get heated, but most families' conversations are not streamed on YouTube like ours are. The progress we've made on this board is astonishing. Very seldomly is our success broadcast in the same light. We owe a great deal of the success to our partners on the administrative team, and they work tirelessly and a lot of times without a microphone. We owe a ton of gratitude to the teachers who make all of this possible. We're in a situation here where we have lots of challenges. You heard of some of them today, but I can assure you that we all do our absolute best for these kids and their future, and we work every day to make sure that our resources are pouring into them. Our teachers need the same amount of support, and they need to know that their voice matters. And I think we're taking all that into consideration. We take our decisions seriously, and we work hard to provide favorable outcomes and try to bring in these problems that are in the public light. There's so much more time and effort that's placed by everyone up here that when we're not on the stage. A lot goes into this. It's not just the couple hours that we're up here. Time and energy spent behind the scenes would surprise everyone watching both here and also at home. But this is a labor of love, and I want to extend a quick thank you to everyone on this board for working as hard as you do for the parents, teachers, and students of Bedford County.
Mr. Daniels, Mr. Hill?
Ms. Kirby, I just wanted to say thank you for agreeing to be our chair again this year. Appreciate your service. And then also I just wanted to thank my peers for selecting me as your vice chair again this year. And I look forward to serving you again as we go through another fun year. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Now, please bear with me. Since I was not here last month, I have 2 months' worth of things to cover. So just hang on for a minute, and I'll go through them as quickly as possible. First of all, I want to thank everyone here on the board for entrusting me to serve as your chair for another year. I consider it an honor to be here. And thank you to Mr. Hill for filling in for me last month during my absence. I am jealous of the easy agenda that you had, however. But also, speaking of Mr. Hill, I would like to wish you a very happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
And as always, I'm putting in my shameless plug for bus drivers. If you or someone you know would be interested in driving for us, please contact transportation. Now, there are many individuals I would like to extend my congratulations to. So this is where you need to hold on for the ride, please. First of all, congratulations to Dr. Ernie Sawyer, Vice Principal at Liberty High School, who recently defended his dissertation at the University of Lynchburg entitled Principal Perceptions of Teacher-Student Relationships. I know this has been a long road for him, and I just want to say job well done. Congratulations to the 2022 Liberty High School Hall of Fame inductees. They are Kendall Bartholomew, Alvey, class of 2004. She was inducted for her excellence in soccer and volleyball. Shirley Bramlett McCabe, inducted as a contributor for her dedication to the LHS family as a teacher, coach, and guidance counselor. Upon her retirement, Ms. McCabe went on further to serve all of the students of Bedford County by her service on this board. Mrs. McCabe was actually my predecessor's predecessor and is a tough act to follow. Pat Overstreet, class of 1982, he was inducted for his excellence in football, baseball, and basketball. Brandon Jamar Sparrow, class of 2010, he was inducted for his excellence in football, basketball, and outdoor track. Sheila Branch Turpin was inducted for her dedicated service to the Liberty High School family as a teacher, girls basketball, softball, and volleyball coach. Also want to extend congratulations to the 2022 Jefferson Forest Hall of Fame inductees. I also want to add that this is Jefferson Forest's first year of having a Hall of Fame, so this is their inaugural class. David Allen, class of 1981, inducted for his excellence in football and wrestling. Jeff Calloway, class of 1980, he was inducted for his excellence in football and basketball. Waldo Freeman, class of 1977, for his excellence in football and basketball. Kenny Fuqua, class of 81, excellence in football and basketball. Bonzel Jefferson, class of 1980, for football, basketball, baseball, track and field. This was very impressive to me. Nancy Seymour Matthews was inducted as a coach, but notably as a pioneer, so to speak, as the first female athletic director for Jefferson Forest, as well as the Seminole District and the entire state of Virginia. Mickey Stenick, class of 1981, he was inducted for his excellence in football, baseball, and basketball. Glenn Stiles, inducted for his tenure as a varsity football coach. At the time, he held the best record in the Commonwealth of Virginia with 19 wins and 1 loss. This was the best record for more than 300 public high schools that were open at the time. Mr. Stiles also coached JV football and JV basketball. Toby Thompson, class of 1981. Toby was inducted for his excellence in football and baseball. John Thompson served as principal from 1973 to 1984. He was instrumental in the development of Sabre Stadium and a strong supporter of girls' sports, which was a breaking forefront of the time. He's also given credit for the hiring of Ms. Seymour Matthews. Calvin White, class of 1980, he was inducted for his excellence in track and field and football. Sheila Branch Turpin, class of 1976. Ms. Turpin was inducted for her excellence in basketball, volleyball, and softball. The 1988 state championship baseball team. Notably, our own Susie Gibson principal, Troy Doss, played on that team, and they were also coached by LHS Hall of Famers Jim Thacker and Eddie Burnett. I know I put a lot of emphasis on sports and extracurricular activities, but I'm a firm believer that participation in sports, an arts program, or a club is vital to student success. Studies have shown that students involved in school have better grades and are more successful in the classroom. I've heard from students that have said involvement makes them try harder. Being involved is the difference between being a student of Bedford County Public Schools and being a Minuteman, or a Golden Eagle, or a Cavalier. And these Hall of Famers are examples of greatness of what can be done. For those of you who followed those names will note that Sheila Turpin was inducted into both the Liberty High School and Jefferson Forest Hall of Fames. I would like to add that she's also an inductee in the Radford University Hall of Fame. Any young lady who got to play for Mrs. Turpin was truly blessed, and I'm proud to say that I was among those blessed. I was a proud bench warmer for Ms. Turpin when I played JV basketball in 8th grade. And later, I was her scorekeeper in basketball and volleyball. I can truly say she is one of the most major influences in my life. She's a true example of a Proverbs 31 woman. I also want to say that I'm honored to follow in the footsteps of Shirley McCabe's tenure on the board. While her reputation on the board was that of being somewhat of a spitfire, she fought for what she thought was right for the students of Bedford County. She was also my guidance counselor while I was at Liberty. I can honestly say that she genuinely cared and was concerned for the students and their success in life, and that was more than evident on the impact she made within her community. I want to echo everyone here. I want to thank Sheldon Cash and his crew who worked tirelessly over the Christmas break, even on Christmas Eve, cleaning up the damage from the water line breaks at Liberty Middle, Bedford Elementary, and Jefferson Forest. I want to give special kudos to Randy Hagler, who was out there helping with this effort. I know Randy personally does not want the attention, but I had a principal contact me because she was so impressed that a member of the administration team was there working on Christmas Eve and even sent others home so they could be with their families while he stayed and worked. To the Liberty Middle School families, this is another echo of what's been said previously. We all have received Mr. Graham's email regarding the gym floor, so you know that it is being addressed. However, I want to confirm that we are aware and it is of high priority to get this replaced. I debated for a while whether or not I was going to say this, but I'm just going to let it go. I had a very touching conversation with a parent last night. This is one of many similar conversations I've had with Liberty High School parents. She, like many other parents, including myself, are concerned about Liberty High School and its future. While the teachers, principals, and every Bedford County Public School employee, they are beyond phenomenal, and the students are receiving a good quality education. But the physical appearance is a deterrence and a distraction from classroom success. I've even heard the appearance of the campus as a judgment call for potentially pulling students from Liberty High School and sending them to Jefferson Forest. I've heard that it's a belief that a person's property value will go down if their homes are zoned to attend the Liberty Zone. Paint chips and small pieces of concrete are falling from the awnings and hitting the students. St. River's awnings are not in much better shape. Drainage issues are causing the slippery mud to come onto the sidewalks during the big rains. And the years of lack of maintenance and upkeep to the grounds has taken its toll. In my opinion, this is totally unacceptable. The Liberty family is working hard to boost Minuteman pride, and we need to help and give them something to be proud of. We have to step up. We have to do right by these kids. We need to do what we can to give them something to be proud of. I've been here long enough to understand the budget and its priorities, but we need to make sure Liberty is a priority too. Thank you for indulging me. And with that being said, do I have a motion to adjourn? I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Didn't think so. Motion carries.